Hello. What the hell are you choking on? Do you need food? Are you just starving so much? Okay, okay. My mic shouldn't be out. Hey, Juno. Too quiet. I have been having so much trouble with my mic lately. Is that better? Sound a little quiet? Okay. Ice grabbing mayors now. Cool. Okay. Yeah, let's Twinkerbell, hey there. Loud domain. Cute ears, I resubbed to say this. I'll start doing more cat ears and stuff. If people start subbing, I'll put on my French maid outfit. Death of Atari, thank you for 7 months. That Brianna Wu video was so fucking fire, I'm gonna be real. It was so in-depth and she is such a wild individual. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you for watching. Dean FM, thank you for subscribing. Johnny Viral, nice appearance on Leftist Mafia. Thank you. It was really fun. I'm bummed I didn't get to hang out with Lance and them more, because I was having a good time, but I had to go immediately. I literally went from I immediately went from guesting on the Surfs over to guesting on Western Kabuki with famous trans Twitter personality Juniper, and that was really fun too because I got to just basically dish with June about Brianna Wu. So Roe v. Wade, thank you for $9.99. Appreciate you. Cool scarf, thank you. It is a kafaya. It is my kafaya. Fit, full of whimsy and joy. It is. I'm wearing my Harley shirt. My hair is kind of a mess. I don't really know what I'm doing with it right now. Quiet domain, Chug Norris. I just turned it up. I don't want to max it out too much. That's all right. I think that's about as high as I want to go. And yes, thank you, Johnny Viral, for shilling my stuff in chat. If you want to give me money so I can like afford bills and food and shit, I will appreciate it. I sound fine now. Okay. Hi, William Elliott. Just waiting for more people to trickle in before we get started on all the stuff. Huh. Robo Astronaut Cat, thank you very much for following. I need to. I do this terrible thing on weeks when because I did I recorded our Magic the Gathering podcast with Bugs Matrix, and I do this terrible thing where I'm like futzing with Magic cards while I'm recording. So I have one of my decks like right here because I was messing with it, and then I just have like loose cards on the table that just kind of stay there for a while. And so like, yeah, I have a bunch of cards back here. I have a deck back here. I have my fucking artifact box back here for some goddamn reason. What's the blood dragon thing on the wall? I'm so glad you asked because this just arrived this week and I fucking forgot I bought it. It's the limited run games Blood Dragon limited edition that I bought. I want to say close to 2 years ago. Like I bought it a long fucking time ago. And if you've ever done anything from limited run games, you know that like the wait time for their product is ridiculous. Like just so dumb. Lisa Gardner, thank you for becoming a member. It's real dumb. And I have a deep love for, if y'all couldn't tell, I have a deep love for just like retro, vaporwave, retrofuturism. I'm putting together a video essay on false nostalgia, recently. Or I started. It's the next one I'm working on after the one I'm working on right now. And so that kind of ties into it, but I literally completely forgot about it until it showed up on my door like 2 days ago, and I was like, oh, okay. And it's actually kind of neat. Oh no, I mean, so this is Lamb Chop. This is a painting done by the incredibly talented Kelly Dean Verity, who's a wonderful Seattle artist who did Lamb Chop for the channel. Lady says hello. Yeah, so this painting is Lamb Chop. That was done by them. What do you want? For why? Okay, I'm gonna go get her a bone real quick and I'll be right back. Okay. Yeah, so this is actually pretty, all right, we're gonna have toy time real quick while we're waiting for people to come in. The cool part about this, and the reason I got the, that's a very stupid card. Remind me to talk about that if you want to talk about more Magic cards. I bought that at the store, at my local shop the other day. But the cool part about this is that it has, I was like, okay, they're not, like, probably not going to put this out. I'm a really big fan of, like, retro figures and retro collectibles. And they have a Rex Power Cult action figure that came with it. With, like, the knife and the throwing star and the gun. That is, you know, it's kind of made to look like a Kenner figure. It has the like, retro backing and everything. And they actually had, that it comes with, like, they went all out on this, has a VHS, proper fucking sealed VHS, and the soundtrack on a actual fucking cassette tape with like side A, side B shit. It's I'm not gonna lie, it's pretty good. But yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna keep it. I might sell it because I need money more than I need toys right now. And I completely forgot I bought it. Yeah. Anyhow. Reminds Dead to me to talk about Magic the Gathering. So, this card, I thought this one was one of the banned cards. It's not. I thought it was banned for being, like, culturally insensitive. It's not. However, it is very, very funny, and that card is Reparations from Mirage, which if you go and look up Reparations on the Magic the Gathering website, it is a picture of a white man handing to black people a pile of gold with the caption reading, "Sorry I burned down your village, here's some gold." It's very good. But yeah, that is me paying my reparations. Aw. Prosthetic Peach, I've been binging Jesse Gender this week and was pleasantly surprised by how often you've popped up. Yeah, I guess they have mentioned me a couple times. Oh, it's that one. Yeah, it's that one. I actually have another, I do own one of the banned cards. I found it in bulk. I think it's the one card I can't say the name of because it has a slur in the title. Yeah. Yeah, Lemons and Leaves. Did you see the White House AI slap of Trump being a Sith Lord? I did. It's interesting you say that because I was just actually writing about that for the current piece, the current little video essay I'm doing, which is on like the modern aesthetics of kind of faceless fascism and why you see so many people online, especially in like fashy spaces, drawn to wanting to like cosplay like faceless military might, particularly as it comes to fictional shit like stormtroopers, 40k Space Marines, Starship Troopers, Fallout, Crusaders, like that kind of shit. Yep, Nathan, it's that one. It's that one. I keep it with my misprints. I have a this is so dumb. I don't know why I started collecting these, but I've started collecting minor misprints because they're still really rare. Now I don't think I have one that's like worth anything, but my minor misprint cards are my sweet little babies because they come in so many different variations. And I'm kicking myself because when I first started like playing Magic around this time last year, oh my God, Dale Wilson, yeah, Caesar's Legion. Oh yeah, Caesar's Legion and like the Brotherhood of Steel, but more Caesar's Legion is the one that I think is like, you know, problematic or whatever. Because the Brotherhood of Steel has the same problem in doing this kind of analysis and looking at like 40k in particular, has this thing where like the amount of fascist the Imperium of Man or Space Marines are, or they come across in media, really depends on like what the media is. Yeah, all my homies hate. Yeah, Wandering Five of Cups. I would ask to watch that, but I don't want to be impacted or influenced on my own video because I kind of bring up, I do talk a little bit about like the fascist AI art slop, and why like a lot of that, and not to like ruin the video for whenever it comes out, but a lot of it has to do with, I kind of come around to this thinking of like the reason that so many fascists have to resort to things like Warhammer 40k, things like, oh look, Trump with a red lightsaber and this is actually cool, is because they don't really make art, so they have to co-opt seeing themselves in art, even if it's not meant to be like a positive interpretation. I think it's why you see so many people also in similar spaces, from a more emotionally detached perspective, see things like people identifying with Patrick Bateman, a lot of, for whatever goddamn reason, Ryan Gosling in like Drive and Blade Runner 2049, Only God Forgives, that kind of thing. And I think it is because it is like, even if it is a negative representation, it is still a representation of something they identify with. at least in the case of something like, you know, Warhammer 40k, where it's this kind of like how they like Homelander. That's another example. Where it's like, this is not supposed to be like, but at the same time, the analysis kind of is like, it doesn't help. Like, it doesn't work to go, you saw this with the Trump thing a couple days ago. It doesn't work to go like, actually, George Lucas said that it was based on, like, Star Wars was actually anti-imperialist, and the rebels were based on Viet Cong. And, you know, all the New York Times Wordle liberals fucking push their glasses up on the rim of their nose and smugly sit back thinking about how they've owned the Trumpers for the day. And it's like, okay, but here's the problem, is that they don't care. Like, they're still going to co-opt that art. Yeah. Awesome, Stella. Wasn't Starship Troopers legit fascist media? So the thing about Starship Troopers is that Robert Heinlein's original book, and I did a whole deep dive actually into it that I cut from the script today, because it was like 800 words or something I had started on, with more to expand on, but it was just like, it took the script in a different direction than I wanted to go in. Like, I don't want to turn it into I want to keep it at like a 35 minute video, not like a huge, you know, incisive documentary. But Robert Heinlein is kind of weirdly misconstrued as being fascist, because he had a really right-wing, like, reactionary turn towards the end of his life. But he was always more like it's not really accurate to call him fascist so much it is accurate to say that he, you know, loved militarism. And the original Starship Troopers is less fascist than it is militaristic. It is like when you look at, like, okay, these are, and not even talking about like the Umberto Eco like tenets of fascism. When you look at it, you understand why it appeals to fascists. Why, like, fascists look at Starship Troopers like, yeah, this is fucking cool. Because in the same way, it is a lot. I don't know. It's kind of like some of those Ryan Gosling movies where it is the story of a fucking, like, kind of asshole loner going through like some tough shit. But the society that Heinlein creates and the things that society aspires to aren't fascist, or like they're reactionary in the way like military sci-fi kind of is inherently, but they are not like, oh, we need to, you know, uphold our race, or we need to pay, you know, homage to our heritage, and we need to go out and do, like, it's not really about that. And like, that's kind of where I think it gets mixed up, where he was a Pinochet respecter. Yeah, he was. So Heinlein was a libertarian, and with that comes a lot of reactionary aspects, especially when it comes to like anything against leftism. Like, he's kind of a fascinating figure because he went from being like this not quite hippie-ish, but almost libertine, like vaguely leftist, transgressive author. I think in the when would have that been? I think it was around the Red Scare, if I'm remembering correctly. I don't know. Again, I had a whole thing about it. I cut it out. Nathan Yu, is there any way to make fascist depictions uncoptable? Lindsay Ellis suggests parody in one of her videos, but no. And so that's kind of the thing that I like. There is so I guess there's a difference between parody and satire, but kind of no, because we're at this weird inflection point where, and this is again one of the things I'm thinking about and talking about in this video, we're at this bizarre inflection point where there is a difference between like the actual on the street fascists and like the people who are in control of the government, people like Stephen Miller, people like Steve Bannon. and the people who are spreading Nazi propaganda online, because those people are like at least partially aware of how embarrassing they are as like humans, right? Like they are, at least they have to have some awareness of how embarrassing it is to like have anime body pillows and to be making like fucking like Hitler TikToks with anime girls. And so it's like it's that kind of juxtaposition of their use of aesthetics being these like it's you know it's kind of the thing I've been slightly thinking about with fucking who's that Nazi VTuber who's been getting in trouble lately? Chat. Which one? I don't know. There's it's Kirsch. Yeah, Kirsch. It's like when you look at, because I have a friend who's been like talking shit about her and doing exposés and stuff. A friend. I have a mutual on Twitter who's been doing it. And they tried calling me out recently. Oh yeah, they did. I fucking forgot about that. Rev says Desu. God, I guess there fucking are a lot of them, aren't they? Anyway, like she does this cringe ass. It's the difference between uwu small bean fascism is kind of what like I've seen people call it, where it is like, oh, I'm just a little uwu small bean, but you're spreading like race replacement shit, and it's like what are we doing here? What are you doing? Like I don't even know. It's just some of that shit is real fucking embarrassing. Oh, sorry, awesome. So I keep seeing your link. I don't really want to watch anything right now. I'm sorry. Yeah, Marcus Parrish. It's that like that's the thing that I think is just like kind of different from like how I think they've done it as this kind of protective layer, because how do you satirize that? Like how do you satirize small bean fascism when they are so embarrassing, and in their own circles it's become this like, I don't know, badge of honor to be like that. It's like what the fuck are you doing? I think it is, yeah, I think crooked irony is often used as a protective coping mechanism. I think it is also kind of a self-defeating mechanism though, because the more they lean into that, at least in these very specific online spaces where you have people who are not proactive, like they are not getting engaged in politics, they're not coming up with new ideas, they are repeating whatever dumb bullshit they've heard on 4chan or Kiwi Farms or whatever. People like Synthetic Man, like who just have like no direction in life, no ambition. Neats, yeah, they're called neats. And it's just like they're not really going to be the foot soldiers of any movement. They're just kind of waiting for other people to do the work for them, and they're just going to sit there and keep waiting, honestly. Like you can't really satirize them, because most normal functioning members of society just kind of look at them like, y'all are fucking losers. Like if you were to show Kirsch her whole shtick to a random person on the street and think, hey, what do you think of this Nazi anime cat VTuber who's complaining about, you know, white replacement, or I don't even know what she does, but like is just talking that shit. And it's like most people would go like, that's fucking dumb, and that's not normal. Like, it's just like, Yeah. Hoop sticks. Robert Evans mentions how fascists will use humor to mask their true intentions. I mean, that the hiding their power level shit has been around for forever, but that's almost a very different thing, where I think hiding power levels has more to do with like inter-community shit, if that makes sense. Half Latino weeb from Arizona. Yeah. Girls in Panzer. I don't know. I don't know about Girls in Panzer. I don't know anything about it. No, wait. Comedy Button used to have an ad about, God, Comedy Button's something I haven't fucking thought. Whoa, I haven't thought about Comedy Button in a minute. My model was a customizable account I found online. B Parker, imagine showing imagine showing a random person Melanie Mac eating butter. Yeah, like that's, if you showed a random person on the street Melanie Mac, like, that's good shit right there. That's funny. Oh boy. Grunkle, Oklahoma, thank you for following. You got swag, thank you for subscribing. Same with Aaron Degenerate. Lisa Gardner, thank you for becoming a member. Each again, thank you very much. I'm checking with chat. Should I look up who Melanie Mac is? I have a video on Melanie. Yeah, just go watch the video. That will kind of tell you everything you need to know. Tell you everything you need to know. Yeah, Pyrrhic packs, I totally understand. Thank you for hanging out in the first half, though. I'm going to be trying to stream games soon again, because I haven't really done that. But I've actually been, well, I haven't been playing more games, but there have been more games to play. Let me put it that way. I haven't been playing more games, but there have been more games to play. I'm trying. Oh, there we go. Now I'm relaxed. I'm kind of waiting. I have a partner who's on the way, but been wanting to try Expedition 33. I've been playing. Yeah. Hey, Banana Brains. It's still, I think, paused on my Xbox. Yeah, but Expedition 33. Sorry, we're closed. I still need to finish one of the best games of the year, along with Promise Mascot Agency, another one of the best games of the year. I need to finish, and then the what the fuck is it? The Oblivion remake that just came out is also really good. And then Doom comes out next week. Oh, in like 5 days, isn't it? Holy shit. Yeah, and Eidetic X, I haven't even touched South of Midnight. I've had it downloaded. I haven't even touched it yet, and I haven't fucking finished Indiana Jones. Machine Games made a Indiana Jones like immersive sim, and I still haven't finished. It's fucking crazy. Have I played Omori? No. Yeah. Oh yeah. Gummy Worm. No. Edmonton. Danny Sullivan. I want MGS Delta. Metal Gear Solid 3 Delta. I might. So for Doom, the Dark Ages, I might sit down and like do a stream and just play through all of that, if I'm being real, because I fucking love Doom. I used to. I wonder if it's any of my videos. I don't think it is. But I used to actually have the Doomslayer helmet, the classic Doomslayer helmet from the limited run Doom 64. And because I fucking love Doom. I love Doom so much. And I was so bummed because I had to sell it because money. Yeah, no, it was a wearable, like the classic Doom helmet. Go look up limited run Doom 64 special edition helmet. It is the fucking Doomslayer helmet. Have I played Blueprints? Nope, that's another one I haven't played. Juno Deer. Yeah, I played because I think I've talked about it, like my morning routine. If it's not a run day, like the last couple days I go on my 3-mile run. And then I come back and kind of get to work. But on days where I'm like, okay, this is like a cool down day, I will play some games for like an hour or two when my pills kick in before I get to work. And I was playing Doom Eternal. I was playing through the Old Gods DLC again because I only played through all of those levels once when the DLC first came out. Even though I've played through Eternal. I don't think I've played through it as much as Doom 2016 because I've beaten Doom 2016 at least. Like it's got to be close to 10 times at least. Yeah, there's probably like 5 to 10 games I've beaten more than 10 times. Like linear games. And Doom Eternal, I've beaten a bunch. Like what are the ones I've beaten probably 10 times or more are the First Fear. God, the First Fear. Condemned: Criminal Origins for sure. Metal Gear Solid 3, no question. Devil May Cry 3, Devil May Cry 4. Probably Devil May Cry 5 at this point. Doom 2016, Halo 3, Halo 4. Oh, fuck. And then now I'm thinking about, like, Call of Duty games, and it's like, okay, well, Modern Warfare 2, Black Ops 2, all of those easily 10 times. Runs surprisingly well on deck. Yeah, Juno Deer, I think... like part of that probably has to do with I think Doom Eternal released day and date on Switch, if I'm remembering correctly. As it's on Switch, pretty sure it's on. Doom Eternal's on Switch, right? I think it's on Switch. Was I on an FPS arc? I was on an FPS arc in high school. I mostly just played like when shooters were big and popular and mainstream. I was all about that shit. I have it on Switch. Yeah, that's what I thought. Oh my god. I fucking loved when Doom 2016 came to Switch. Oh, heaven. I was like, that was the moment for me where I was like, this is wild. I cannot fucking believe like technology has progressed to this point. You mean the dope ass series of videos on the channel? Yeah, no, I have an entire series of YouTube videos about first person shooters. where I rank and review. I think we've reviewed. Oh my gosh, Roe v. Wade! Thank you so much for $49.99. Holy shit! Thank you. Way to be a fucking bro. Holy shit. I appreciate it. Oh my god. Naomi Faithless, is a Switch 2 worth it? I mean, I don't know. I'm not buying a fucking Switch 2. I can tell you that much. I don't really have a need for, like, I don't have a need for one. Like, I'm fine with that one. Like, I mean, it's you know, it's little treats. Like, I don't fucking need an Xbox or a PlayStation or anything either. But, like, especially right now, like, I'm good. No, and like Awesome Still, like I've had like friends and partners who have Steam Decks who've like shown them to me, and they're super fucking rad, like really fucking cool. But at the same time, I'm like, I don't like I do not play games. Well, let me back up. I play games enough to necessitate like owning consoles. I don't play games enough other places. Like if I am out of the house, I am either out playing Magic with people, or I am like, if I'm traveling, I have a Switch and I have an emulator device. Like I have a little handheld emulator. So like I work from home, so I don't really need to like do that. If I still had like a commute, yeah, sure. If I went on more business trips, maybe. Never take it out of the house, yeah. I have a, God, what is it? The RG, I think an RG350. He's a good little guy. He's a good little fella. So let's go and look at, I've had this pulled up for a little while now. Let me actually do my job. Oh boy. Vertical retro handheld. I have one. Yeah, that's the one I have. Dale Wilson. I have a oh, there we go. Let me actually, I'll just go show it on camera real quick. Oh, it's right fucking behind me. God. No, it's this thing right here. Which has a really good, it's I appreciate the kind of retro GBA style form factor a whole bunch. And I think this has like the stick placement is a little bit but the button, like, listen to that click. Those are good clicky buttons right there. Hell yeah. And I had this kind of atomic purple. I saw somebody say atomic purple. It's the translucent, like, late 90s, early 2000s. You can see the chip inside and everything, which is really nostalgic for me because that is the exact kind I used to have growing up for Game Boy Color. Yeah, I think I don't know. It's a tiny little thing. Training chat with buttons? No, if I wanted to train chat, I'd be using this. Do I like it? Yeah, I love that thing. One more built like a... Oh, what's O, Juno? What's O? So, Nathan, that's adorable. Nathan, you saying DD not being the TISM accusations by showing off their stim toys. This isn't a stim toy. Juno. Good girl. How are y'all doing, chat? How are we? Are we having fun? We having a good Friday night? What the hell? Death of Atari. Awooga. Start getting a lot more donations. Oh my god. What if I started clicker training chat to give me donos? I don't know if I could do that. Worshipper of the Olympians, thank you for 50 Canadian. Can I say goodbye, please? How so? Like, do you want me to say it like sexy like? Or did you just want me to say goodbye? Maybe some Muppet music? Coda Anthony, don't test me. Good boy. I mean, good boy. Thank you for another $20. Goodness gracious. Ma, thank you for $5. In my opinion, the Switch fails as a handheld for the same reason the PSP did. Lack of cozy RPGs. I don't know about that. There's a lot of fucking RPGs on there. The Switch has a great port of The Witcher 3, and to me, that is the coziest RPG. I'm kind of joking, but no, legitimately, like, I have so much nostalgia and love for fucking wandering the countryside in The Witcher and hearing the like do 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 do. Oh, so good, so good. Anyway, Greg Hinojos, I heard the call of the click. What I missed? Nothing. Let me say, okay, Worship of the Olympians paid me $70 Canadian to say this, so I'm gonna say it like this. Good boy. Or okay, no, do you actually want, I can do it again. Who's a good boy? Who's a good boy? Good boy. Good boy. I'll get banned? What will I get banned for? Yeah, also Ethan Price. Winds howling. Come on, Roach. It's weird how mentally I get that mixed up with like Red Dead Redemption's calls. Work, you damn nag. Now do it in your Alex Jones voice. Oh my god, Roe v. Wade, thank you so much for $49.99. Holy fuck. Do it in my Alex Jones. Okay, Alex Jones voice. Okay, do we want it like yelled, or do we want it like sexy? Like Alex Jones trying to do like a Barry White. Because Alex Jones would do like, he does this thing with his jaw where he's like, rah, rah, rah. Fucking loved it. I am so Worship of the Olympians. I am glad you got your money's worth. Place of power, gotta be. I don't know why I slipped into Solid Snake there. Sorry. $3 from Maxis Animates. Hey DD, Iki here. It's time to play the music. What's the music? shut down my brain. Yeah, you hate me. Yeah, you go ahead. You lock in. You lock in, puppy. You play that game. Oh God, his that's been.
Yeah, of course, that's been admitted in court documents. Yeah. And who's a good boy? Yeah, who's a good boy? Yeah, well, globalists won't tell you this, but oh yeah, who's a good boy?
So that's getting a little bit too. That's getting down into my like that's when you get into a like almost like death metal-y voice. Oh, I hate that. Yeah. Like, let me see if I can find. Oh, where's the tree? Doing Corey. I don't know if I could do Corey Taylor. I got paid, Lane Kaplan. I got paid to call somebody a good boy. Oh yeah, no, we've watched those Doom videos on stream. Somebody sent those to me a while back. Thank you, Hoopsticks. Thank you, Gummy Worms. All right, yeah, we gotta, at some point, we have to get into some horrendous news. Newark's mayor arrested at protest outside ICE detention center. So I've seen a lot of stuff going on about this today. Ross J. Baraka and city officials have said that the lockup is operating without a valid certificate of occupancy. 3 members of Congress from New Jersey were with Mr. Baraka when he was arrested. So this is maybe one of the more dangerous things I've seen lately. Put that away from me for a little bit. Because it's so okay. Philip, thank you for $10. First live, Alex Jones Globus won't tell you who's a good boy. I'm also new here, so I'm not sure what I expect. We like to have, thank you for $10, Philip. We like to have fun here. We like to laugh through the madness because yeah, I wanna preface what we're seeing with Stephen Miller. I think I talked about it when I was talking about the El Salvadoran prison. That I think in the next 12 months, in the next year or so, we are going to see Democrat politicians deported. The thing is that while I appreciate the principled stances of Democrats right now, I appreciate that any fucking Democrats are actually putting in the legwork to go boots on the ground and go protest and put their money where their fucking mouth is, because that's the least that should be happening. But it comes at quite possibly the worst time to decide to just start doing this shit now, because you have people like Stephen Miller now openly talking about suspending habeas corpus.
Well, the Constitution is clear, and that, of course, is the supreme law of the land, that the privilege of the writ of habeas corpus can be suspended in a time of invasion. So I would say that's an option we're actively looking at. Look, a lot of it.
No, yeah, Haruka Tenno, I got called crazy for predicting deportation of Dems a couple weeks ago. I got called crazy today. There was somebody in my comment section. Was it comment section or was it on? No, it was the RFK Jr. thing. Where it was Dr. Oz talking about how like, oh, there are so many people who are out of shape and more people in America need to be doing their part. And it's like putting two and two together. It's not like, okay, when you have these rich assholes pushing this idea that people in America, you're not trying to be healthy enough. And then you have this idea of cutting all of these social safety nets, cutting funding to things that help people with disabilities, that help people who need social help. Like, we are on the fast track to useless eaters rhetoric, and somebody was like, oh, you're being too, and I would love to be proven wrong. I would love to be, a year or two from now, be fucking proven, and people would be like, oh, you were so wrong about that. I would love it. Unfortunately, thus far, my hit to miss ratio is, and I say this unfortunately because my hits aren't great things. My hits are like when I was calling out fucking Project 2025 as soon as I got back from CPAC last year. And I spent months wondering, why isn't the mainstream media talking about this? And they didn't fucking get into it for months and months after I was talking about it. Yeah, it's I would love to be wrong. I would love to be wrong about that kind of shit. And I Oh, I think my partner's here. Sorry, give me 1 second. Oh, you're so quiet. Lady didn't even know you were there. Oh my god, those are so pretty. You got me two.
Yeah, one you can like keep, and because those are dry flowers, and the other ones are fresh.
These are not for you. These are not for you.
Yeah, I know you've been stuffy, so I thought dry ones might be a better preference.
Do what?
I know you've been stuffy, so I thought dry ones might be a better preference.
Okay, is Camilla outside?
She's asleep in the car. You got like 5 minutes. You could.
Oh, okay. Is
Nikki was
just waiting then?
driving. Yeah. Everyone's just tired.
These are
She's in the
so
car.
gorgeous, babe. Oh my god.
Yeah, you like them?
They're gorgeous. Do you know if they're like animal safe? you want to say hi on stream real quick? Sorry.
Pop in. Hello, beautiful people. I came to see my baby. Have fun. I'll see you later.
Okay, I miss you. Text me when you're home safe.
I will. And then I'm gonna go fuck to sleep.
Get some good rest, honey.
I will. Bye.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. Sorry that took so long. Oh shit, and chat's been check logs real quick. What's logs? I cannot see what logs are. Revolution canceled. That was so sweet. Yeah, sorry, my partner just got back from a trip to Seattle and they brought me some flowers. So had to put them. Last message. I cannot see your last message. It won't let me scroll up that far anymore. I'm sorry. So, what was I talking about? Mothmom Jess, hello. Ableism is the lobby room to eugenics. Yeah, like there is a huge and it's all wrapped. When I talk to my parents about this, I get upset. You shouldn't concern yourself with stuff you see on the internet. It won't affect you. Just ignore it. Oh God, the nothing ever happens crowd is like. It's so fucking annoying. It's such a brain dead take to be like, oh, it's not actually going to bother you. It's not actually going to affect you. Because it will eventually, as we're seeing. They have pushed so far, so fucking fast that like there are going to be trickle down effects that are now going to affect more people. You have the idea of being put out there by people like, well, we'll talk about fucking RFK. I want to talk about this and the Dem first, then we'll talk about Fetterman, then we'll go finish up with RFK. You have the ideas being pushed by RFK about just like this anti-vax bullshit, these incredibly unqualified quacks who have wiggled their way into a position of prominence over everybody else's health and safety, which is like exhausting enough to think about. But then they're talking about, okay, we're gonna be looking at the links between autism and transness. We're gonna be looking at the links between SSRIs and autism. We're gonna be looking at how many people, like, you have this dumbass literally brainwormed motherfucker who's out here going like, yeah, actually, I think ADHD people need need to be put in work camps, essentially. Like, they just need some time on a farm. And it's like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, I don't think people understand where this is going. Because I want you to consider for a moment. And again, I would love to be wrong. This is just me kind of pontificating, kind of just spitting out into the ether. But where I see this going is because all of these things are interconnected. Whether you like it or not, it's one of the many reasons that people have talked about, like, no, this trans shit, like, you, even if you don't know somebody who's trans, even if you yourself aren't trans, it is going to have a knock-on effect on feminism, on medical care in this country. Because how long is it? Here I want you to consider this for a moment. Being trans on the internet is already enough for people to say, hey, you're trans, opinion discarded. You have a mental disorder. You should be in an institution. Opinion discard, like that kind of bullshit, which I get all the fucking time. How far of a leap in logic do you think it is from that to somebody saying, I need this medication to live. I need this medication to function. This medication saved my life. This antidepressant turned my entire life around. This medication was the reason I was able to save my marriage. This medication was the reason I was able to fight my depression. How long until the propaganda becomes, well, you're mentally unwell, so opinion discarded? And how far is that from you're handicapped, opinion discarded? You're disabled, opinion discarded. Like, all of these struggles are interconnected. And I think it is, like, realizing that and working towards a broader understanding of that interconnectedness is probably one of the biggest things that you can be doing right now in terms of advocacy, in terms of working towards a tangible goal. It is pushing back against this idea of like, oh, you know what? Because there are so many people who are going through life right now. My family, my parents are one of them. Going through life right now, unworried, unaware about how they're going to be affected, or how even just people who they love are going to be affected by this shit. And they think that they will be able to just avoid it. And that's not going to be the case. And people need to understand that these are just multiple intricate piles of fucking dominoes waiting to be toppled over. And people like Stephen Miller, people like RFK are setting them all up in a line right now. Like, here we go. All right, let's go back into this. Because this is directly related to what we're about to look at with the New Jersey ICE arrests.
It depends on whether the courts do the right thing or not. At the end of the day, Congress passed a body of law known as the Immigration and Nationality Act, which stripped Article 3 courts, that's the judicial branch, of jurisdiction over immigration cases. So Congress actually passed, it's called jurisdiction stripping legislation. It passed a number of laws that say that the Article 3 courts aren't even allowed to be involved in immigration cases. Many of you probably don't know this. I'll give you a good example. Are you familiar with the term temporary protected status, or TPS, right? So by statute, the courts are stripped of jurisdiction from overruling a presidential determination or a secretarial determination on TPS when the Secretary of Homeland Security makes that determination. So when Secretary Noem terminated TPS for the illegals that Biden flew into the country, when courts stepped in, they were violating explicit language that Congress had enacted, saying they have no jurisdiction. So it's not just, the courts aren't just at war with the executive branch, the courts are at war, these radical rogue judges, with the legislative branch as well too. So all of that will inform the choices the president ultimately makes, yeah.
Now, if you are American, you may know that the president is not the one who decides who gets arrested, who gets deported. The president is just the leader of the executive branch. We're supposed to have two other branches that oversee that power.
They're talking about coming back to arrest you.
Going where? I'm not on their property. They can't come out in the street and arrest me.
I agree with
If
you.
you come out, we're all getting arrested.
Mayor of New York, New Jersey.
He's the mayor. You can't arrest him. You're in front of everybody. You're on camera. You're on live TV.
No, record this. Record it.
Congresswoman.
Now, I want you to notice a couple things here. They are being, this should be considered an act of peaceful protest. If you go right now and look at some of the craven monsters like fucking the bog witch herself, Nancy Mace, they're trying to say that, oh, they were assaulting these, they're just brave. Oh, they're so brave, these ICE officers. That doesn't look like assault to me. Yeah, note how the ICE people are all masked. One of the things that just happened in, where was it? Was it LA? It was no, it was outside of Silicon Valley. ICE raided the wrong house because somebody was putting up flyers with ICE agents' data that was publicly available, by the way. All of these people have names, addresses, faces, and they were going to raid this private citizen's house over it. How does this not compel those to the rifle? Great fucking question. Great fucking question. Crooked 2814, Baraka was released a few hours ago. The problem isn't that he's still in custody. The problem is that he was taken into custody. The problem is that you have lawmakers who want to see the people who, on their turf, in their districts, are being scooped up, taken away from the communities that those people are working in. And you have no accountability on the part of the rest of the government. And when asked for accountability, they are simply getting arrested. Like, it is, again, it shouldn't be a question of like, okay, well, this didn't happen. The question is, what's going to happen next time? How much worse is it going to be next time? Because there are going to be next times. I want you to realize this. This is the important thing I think people aren't realizing. And in like the broad mainstream of American society, people aren't realizing that like all these things that we're seeing, all these seals we're seeing broken on this fucking apocalypse, to you know, spruce up the language a little bit. They might be the first time that you've seen it. They're not going to be the last time. And part of it is going to be escalation, and part of it is going to be normalization. Normalization is what people like Stephen Miller, people like Trump, people like Steve Bannon want. They want you to get used to this bullshit. To see it as normal. Because that is, by the way, the quick route to selling out your neighbors. The quick route to stars and signifiers on people's arms. Which I fully fucking think trans people are heading to right now. In some states, I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, no, know your fucking rights. I was talking to Kat Abigazala for an upcoming episode of the What the Fuck Now podcast. Kat Abigazala, a Chicago native who is currently running for Congress to unseat an incumbent useless Democrat. I was highly impressed by my chat with Kat, and one of the things that she talked about was how ICE fucking hates Chicago, because people in Chicago know their rights and know their immigrant rights. Awesome, Stella. How soon will a state attempt secession? I think the idea of secession is novel and unlikely, because the economic realities of seceding, it's not the way it used to be, right? Like if you look at the Mexican War, like all the few times throughout history, the Civil War, that states have tried to secede from the Union, like you're talking about Old West times, right? And the way that we are all interconnected, the way that our economies are interconnected now, like you can't just cut off, for example, you can't cut off California from the rest of the country, because Silicon Valley, because Hollywood are so interconnected to so many other parts of the fucking country. Like, you can't cut off a port like the Port of Los Angeles from all the places that import shit from there. All of the places that stuff that comes into that port then gets shipped out to the Midwest, to farms all across the South. or wherever it might be. It's a novel idea, but like most things, I think that's the reason why you see it thrown around so often in like conservative and libertarian spaces, is because it's a novel idea that if you think about it for 2 seconds, it falls apart, and they just don't think about shit for that long. So they're like, oh yeah, no, we're gonna have make the state of New Liberty or whatever the fuck, and it's Oregon and Montana, and they're like, yeah, we're gonna secede from all these liberal cucks. It's like, okay, sure, yeah, yeah, it's a power fantasy. It's adorable. It's adorable is what it is. Federal officials on Friday arrested Baraka, the mayor of Newark, after confrontation. Let me finish watching this actually.
If she's right in front of you. Get up!
We're not on television.
Alina Habba, lawyer for Mr. Trump, who is now New Jersey's interim U.S. attorney. Fuck, man. The amount of nepotism, the amount of, like, favoritism that has been shown in this administration, like, it has been so wide-reaching that people don't even know the extent of it. Like, what do you mean a lawyer is now New Jersey's interim U.S. attorney? Ignored multiple warnings from Homeland Security to remove himself and had chosen to disregard the law. This is another thing I want people to think about. And I want you to carry this idea with you, because this is something more people need to think about and more people need to be aware of. The idea of law as a rubric for what is morally correct. This is something I've been defending Marcy Reingan on Twitter lately, who, for those who don't know, I did an interview with Marcy. She was on our charity podcast, or charity stream with Viv Wilson, where Marcy was the trans girl who was arrested for violating Florida's bathroom law. And so many TERFs and so many people who are, of course, arguing in bad faith, look at that and they're like, well, obviously she shouldn't have broken the law. This is what happens. You break the law, play stupid games, win stupid prizes. But the point is that the law is fucking stupid. That it is an unjust and immoral law that is going to, and we've already seen, lead to more harm than good. But they love to hide behind this idea of just because these fascist little pieces of shit got into power, and just because they are forcing their legislation through, forcing their ideas and ideology through laws, that somehow makes it right. There are, of course, the old examples of slavery being a law. People being 3/5 or having 3/5 of a vote being a law. Women not being able to open up credit or vote without their husband. Not being able to have a vote being a law. The idea that legality is any kind of guide to morality is just a framework other people can use to keep people in line. It is inherently antithetical to making a better society, a more equal, egalitarian society for everybody. It is the ultimate manifestation of what Martin Luther King Jr. talked about with the white moderate, who says, I agree with your aims, but not the way or the time you proceed with them. And it's another thing you need to push back against. When you have friends, when you have family who will inevitably, invariably shrug sometime in the future and say, yeah, it sucks this person got arrested. It sucks this person got shot. It sucks this person got deported, but they broke the law. You need to help plant the seed of the idea that the law is not always right. How many times have we seen people gunned down by police in the streets? Technically, they are the representatives of the law. Does that mean they're always right? I don't fucking think so. Fuck no. Democracy dies with a shrug. Yeah, kinda. Like indifference to cruelty. No, I'm about to rephrase a famous saying. What is it? It's the yeah, all that is necessary for evil to prevail is for good men to do nothing, or whatever it is. But it's true. Like, it is indifference to the suffering of your fellow person. You know, and these are ideas that are passed around all the fucking time in progressive and leftist spaces. The idea that, you know, oh, first they came for me, but I wasn't Jewish, I wasn't Romani, I wasn't gay, but then when they came for me, there was nobody left. It's like, people say this shit, but I think people only internalize it insofar as liberal platitudes. People internalize it in the same way that, you know, fucking Nancy Pelosi wearing a kintzy cloth for Black Lives Matter, or fucking, you know, Handmaid's Tale cosplayers coming out to do like a demonstration against Trump. It's like, great. Are you going to do more than that? When you take off the costume, when you put away the advocacy, where does your standing up end? I finished a book I thought I finished it, but I didn't realize I had several hours left of it, and so I kind of voraciously finished it. The Ibram X. Kendi book, Stamped from the Beginning, which is a comprehensive history of race in America, told by focusing on several different major black figures through American history. And the ones I love the stuff about the founding of America, the Revolutionary War, and all of the stuff that came with it. But the ones I found the most inspiring and the most thought-provoking were the stories of W.E.B. Du Bois and Angela Davis. Because they're, you know, we think of, and I think one of the mistakes that it's a mistake for us. It's propaganda, or it's used as propaganda for everybody else. But one of the mistakes I think we imbibe in the American educational system is thinking that our proximity to events is so far. Like, we think of things like the Civil Rights Movement. We think of things like the Civil War, the Reconstruction era, as being these, you know, like, I think it comes with learning about them in the historical context, learning about them in the same chapter books, in the same reading lessons as, you know, here are these stories of 1500s, 1700s, 1800s, like just these antiquated ideas that just have no relation to our modern landscape, which isn't the case. W.E.B. Du Bois came up in the Reconstruction era South. Came up after the Civil War and lived all the way through the 60s. He spoke with Martin Luther King. Like, he inspired Malcolm X. It's so, when you actually see it laid out in terms of people's real experiences and the lives they've lived, I think it takes on a different tone and tenor, particularly when it comes to how little things change versus how they stay the same. Despite all the great technological advancements, like, largely when you study Black history in America and you look into every movement and how it's been placated, for lack of a better word, by mostly moderate white liberalism, you come to understand that, like, yeah, no, it's like, shit really, like, in abstract, yeah, it's gotten better. We don't have slavery anymore, but, like, there were never any meaningful measures taken to correct every step, whether it was Jim Crow laws, whether it was redlining, whether it was just like the rampant propaganda that was ever present in American society. Anyway, I've been thinking about that kind of stuff quite a bit. Yeah, no, Schloop, I try to tell others these huge events were only 3 or 4 people ago, like it's so historically recent. Yeah. I need to learn more about Fred Hampton. Fred Hampton was fascinating. The Black Panther Party is really, I was talking about this with Rosa in the most recent episode of the podcast, talking about how the Black Panther Party is quite literally the most successful example of like class consciousness and, you know, a appreciable communist project working in America, which is why the American government shut it the fuck down. Okay, dog. Come on, kitchen. Kitchen. No, leave me alone. Leave me alone. Alrighty. Sorry. Woof. Anywho. Delegation, Bonnie Watson Coleman, Rob Menendez, and LaMonica McIver. Don't think it's an accident either that the 3 of the representatives currently taking a stand, currently being arrested in this country are black. It's not. I think there is something inherent to the recognizing of your place as a politician when you are from the black community and what that means for representation in America. I think it is something that white politicians are inherently detached from by a place of like very liberal privilege. But you cannot reach this level of political accomplishment, often with a lot of academic accomplishment. And even in, the woke post-Obama era, you do not reach that level without being made aware systemically of your inherent blackness by all of the systems around you. Do you think Malcolm X was overrated? No. Sorry, I'm looking at that. Yenzo. New Republic. ICE sparks chaotic fight after trying to arrest mom holding her baby. ICE, I want you to know this is what the modern Nazi movement looks like. This is what the brown shirts looks like. Yeah, they also fired the head of the Library of Congress today, a black woman. That's not surprising. That's not surprising. The brazen arrests swarmed... Good. ICE agents were swarmed by close to 25 onlookers demanding a warrant, and identification was captured on video. They attempted to control the crowd, formed a human ring. The woman's daughter, a 16-year-old, was left holding her baby sister and stood in front of the agent's car at one point trying to block it. She allegedly kicked the car after handing the baby to someone else. That is a fucking brave kid right there. Holy shit, that is a real one. Need more kids like that. Yeah, B. Parker, that's a good way to put it. Not without his flaws, but so many people treat him like MLK's evil Magneto just because he didn't fuck around. I mean... There's something to be said, again, for the inherent radical politics of so many. I'm working on another script kind of in the background. God, cat hair. Of the kind of interrelated qualities of black liberation movements or radical black liberation movements and LGBT spaces. Because a lot of places like the Harlem Renaissance, a lot of places had spaces for LGBT people even in the 20s, the 30s. Like speakeasies and shit that you wouldn't find anywhere else. There has always been, and it is part of just, I think, being oppressed by society, that intersectionality, that recognition, good God, recognition of common struggles, even if the struggles themselves are different. And I say that because in a lot of ways, black radical movements through the last 150 years, and I bring this up because of somebody mentioning Malcolm X, I think are often the tea leaves for things to come. You can kind of, in taking politics to such a radical end, in taking politics to such a radical end, lady, God, animals are being assholes right now. I forgot where I was even going with that before my cat tried to jump on me. Being in community. Yeah, I don't even. I was in a flow and I fucked it up. Never mind. I forgot what I was saying. Yeah. It's tea leaves, right. So I was listening to a Sister Soldier album earlier, and 1995, like pretty radical even by that time, hip hop, and there was a verse 1995. There was a verse in which she cussed out Clarence Thomas for betraying the black community. And it got me again thinking about, Malcolm X, Fred Hampton, the ideas of community defense, the ideas of recognizing the inherent violence the police hold against community. And it is to look at somebody's concerns, to look at political radicals and say, oh, you're being crazy. Oh, nothing ever happens. Oh, you're worrying about nothing. You are giving room to the fascists, to the authoritarians, to the goose steppers, to the brown shirts. You are giving them room to grow and fill in the gaps between that nothing happening. Because you're not paying attention to it. That's what we're seeing come to fruition right now with Trump. So many people spent so long just being like, nothing ever changes, nothing ever happens. It'll be Trump for a while. And how many motherfuckers knew about Project 2025, knew what it actually entailed? And now we have to deal with those consequences. So I think like the only way to push back against that is for people to become more radical. And I think the best way for people to become more radical is to realize that we all have a fucking stake in this. Yeah, B. Parker, the fact that the Black Panthers have regularly been framed as a violent gang in pop culture, it is propaganda of the highest order to depict them that way. Like, of course it is. Like, you can't have anything that goes against the capitalist ruling class. Detritus, thank you for following. Randump 1894 and James Agachar, thank you all for following. Ashley Spring, who allegedly threw an unknown liquid substance on police officers and pushed them while they tried to arrest the 16-year-old. Hell yeah. Atel Haziaj was among the residents who protested, quote, "As an elected official, it is my obligation to stand up for my constituents. The way immigrants in Worcester and across the Commonwealth are being targeted and terrorized by the federal administration for deportation is absolutely unconstitutional." Yeah, no, exactly. Brutus Magnuson, I thought Black Panthers were black supremacists who wanted to kill all white people as a teenager. I grew up with that shit too. I grew up in the era of, Rush Limbaugh talking shit about Jesse Jackson and thinking like, oh, well, all of these, they just hate me for being white. I bought into that shit when I was, a child, a fucking idiot. And seeing people still buy into that is just kind of intergenerational knowledge the system seeks to destroy. Yeah, to enforce white supremacy. What I half ironically call Yakubian devilry. Yakubian devilry is very funny. I like that. I might have to put that in the lexicon. It's pretty fucking funny. So yeah, all of that is to say, like, especially, if you, as a white person, need to talk to somebody about intersectionality, about the modern political structures and how we should be pushing back, spreading that awareness of class consciousness is the most important thing. The idea of a class conscious movement. Not to find, because here's the real thing. Again, not an original observation for me, but there is a very true idea that there is not a left or a right. There is class. There is a working class, and there's a bourgeois class. It's part of why, over time, you've seen a lot of the priorities and alignments and the more progressive aspects of those classes or of those parties in America switch. Everybody knows that, like, oh, Lincoln was the party of Republicans, but, like, do you seriously think any fucking Republican today would be for freeing the slaves? No. Because over time, over industrialization, over the Reconstruction era, over so many things, the priorities of these parties changed to align better with the place that they were occupying in culture. But the priorities of the ruling class and the underclass, the working class, never did. And again, it is one of those things that it serves the ruling class to have, and again, this is very basic, like, this is going to sound like some basic ass gas station libertarian fucking hell yeah brother bullshit, but it only serves the ruling class to keep people divided. It's one of the things that I have been so adamant about, the idea of reaching out to, not reaching out to, because you don't need to take on that kind of labor yourself, but being open to people who used to be conservative, people who used to be Nazis, people who voted for fucking Trump and regret it. Because at the end of the day, they want a better world. Mostly. Some of them do. But whether they've been tricked, whether they've been lied to, bringing them to that class consciousness, bringing them to that idea that we can work together to have a better, more egalitarian, more equitable society. Like, look at the resources we have that we are wasting right now. And you mean to tell us we cannot do fucking better than the people in power? We can. They don't want us thinking that. They don't want us thinking that. And the thing here's the real fucking noodle tickler. Do you think there's any difference between the visceral feeling that Trump or Elon Musk gets when they see somebody saying, eat the rich, when they see people praising Luigi Mangione? Do you think there's any difference between the feeling they get and the feeling Chuck Schumer or Nancy Pelosi get? For all the political mudslinging, for all the political bullshit and differences, they come from the same class. See, rich people have class consciousness. That's why Republicans and Democrats fucking get along so well behind the scenes. That's why they go to their fucking cookouts, even though they'll talk shit. You know, they'll talk shit about each other on the floor or whatever, but like, it's kayfabe. It's kayfabe. Graves, thank you for $5. My wife and I were talking about racial dynamics and how the ruling class uses to divide today in regards to our potential kids who would be mixed. Yeah, it's a huge... It is a huge problem, and it is, you know, it sucks that we're seeing backsliding into rhetoric much like Reagan's welfare queen bullshit. Which, for those who don't know, welfare, and again, this is all like fresh in my head because I just finished reading the book, but there was essentially one lady who Reagan, during his one of his presidential runs, a black woman who he claimed defrauded, you know, the government through being on welfare for like some exorbitant amount. It was like $120,000 he claimed. What actually happened, which was, if you can believe it from Reagan, a fucking lie, is that she was found guilty. She did pay for like defrauding, and it was only like $5,000, right? But that became the idea of what a poor black person is for a lot of conservatives, for a lot of fucking Republicans. I remember one fucking time. Let me and here's the thing, is that for so many people in the conservative movement, they see basically two races. They see white and they see everybody else. Right? Like, I still think she was a white woman? I think you're right, actually. Lee Atwater. Oh my God. Lee Atwater, what a motherfucker. She was ambiguous. Okay. Yeah, no, Terry Billie Jean, definitely what my mom believes. There was a point, I think I've told this story before. It was one of the moments that I really like awakened as a teenager, because I was probably, God, how old would I have been? I think I was 16 or 17. And I was 16 or 17, and I was with my grandparents going to do my grandma loves shopping or whatever the fuck. And we were in Yakima, which is where they live, which is it's an agricultural community. So you won't be surprised to know there are a lot of migrant workers who work there. And we got out of the car, and it was one of the most, it was just so, my grandparents are so fucking bigoted and so racist, and they just say the most out of pocket. They have no fucking filter about it. And like, I'll never fucking forget it, because it just hit me like a truck. I was like, where the fuck did that come from? What is wrong with you? I didn't say that because I was, you know, a kid. And my grandma looked to a family of Hispanic-looking people. Just it was like mom, dad, normal ass clothes. Like it wasn't, they weren't like blinged out or anything. They didn't look, whatever, poor looks like. They were just people. and they had 2 kids. One was like kind of a baby. One of them was like, you know, like 6 or 7. Just, it was a fucking family. Like, as picturesque as you could get. Mom, dad, 2 kids, whatever. And my grandma turned to me or said under her breath or something, was like, what do you want to bet our taxes paid for their shopping trip? And I was fucking stunned. I was like, you know nothing about these people. I know nothing about these people. You saw 4 Latino people. You just saw a Hispanic looking family. And decided, oh, yeah, I bet they're all on, they're sucking at the welfare tit. Oh, and it's like, in a migrant community, by the way, in a heavily agricultural community, like where there's no shortage of migrant workers year fucking round, and their first thought was, huh, these lazy Mexicans. Like, and I was just, it really, I don't know. I don't think I ever looked at my fucking grandparents the same again. I don't think I looked at my family the same again, honestly, if I'm being real. I don't talk to them now. Like, it's just, like, I never really watched it turn out they're Italian. Yeah, she didn't even know their income or anything. They were just 4 people walking into a fucking mall. And I think at some point on that trip, because my grandparents have, you know, like most American, they have they're, look, I'm pretty white. I'm white, right? My grandparents are white. Like, y'all don't understand. My grandparents are fucking white. If there is a little bit of, like, if there's too much pepper on something, my grandparents will say it's too spicy. Like the amount of, I cannot taste spice in something, they'll be like, oh, you got to send this back. This is too spicy. So they basically have their regular food haunts that they always took us to when I used to visit them. And 2 of the places, without fail, since I was a kid, since they lived in California, they always went to a Mexican restaurant and a Chinese restaurant. And like, it's one of those things that, again, you put it together. I look back on it. It's like you spend years of your life enjoying the fruits of somebody else's culture. Having these people be in your community. And then just can still go through life not knowing anything about them and denigrating people who look like that. It's fucking wild to me. It's insane. Packed 1558. Thank you for $10. As a young kid, 8 to 10 years, I said some heinously racist shit that I didn't realize I picked up from my dad until I moved. Now I'm still pretty disgusted. I said that, but I was also a child. Taco Face Fart, thank you for $2. Keep on doing the good work. I think there is something to be said for, like, yeah, you learn and you grow, and most people should. Like I can only hope that you aren't going to get your ass beat first. I would like most people to not have to get their ass beat to learn that lesson, but some people, if I'm being honest, if the Shiloh Hendrix thing has shown me anything, I think more people need to get those breaks beaten off. If I'm being entirely honest with y'all. I think too many people have been able to go too long without getting like, I talked about it in the Matt Walsh video, but like social consequences, humans invented them for a fucking reason. In Minecraft, yeah. In Minecraft, of course. No, it was the thing. My grandparents haven't looked me in the eye. I don't remember the last time they looked me in the eye, if I'm honest, because every time I'm around them, I go like hyper femme with makeup and stuff. And there was I still think of another story. Again, fucking out of pocket shit my grandparents have said. Just walking in somewhere else, I don't remember where I was, but I was just with my grandpa that time, and they were like two gay guys holding hands. And my grandpa pointed them out and said, like, back in my day, we used to call that, and it just said the F slur to me like a child. I was an actual fucking child. Actual child. Like, I was like 12. And basically, my grandpa admitted to fag bashing to me as a 12-year-old. Which is like that's the kind of shit, like, it speaks so much, I think, to how deeply ingrained those ideas are, that they felt so casual about that shit. That they felt just like they could just throw that out to me as a fucking kid. And I was just supposed to take it in stride. The thing, my mom, I told my mom that I like a year or two ago now, that I had been seeing a guy for the first time. It was actually kind of adorable, not gonna lie. When I first started, I went on a couple dates with him, and she was like, because I was like, yeah, you know, I've actually been seeing somebody new, and because we were talking over dinner or something, and she was like, oh, really? What's her name? And I was like, insert very obviously not feminine name. And she was like, oh, okay. And my mom never really, like, obviously doesn't want to know any, like, details or anything, but she's been, like, broadly, well, about that, she's been okay supportive on that. Again, don't talk to my mother for other reasons. But one of the things, the next time I saw her, she said, because I think we were getting ready to go to, like, family Thanksgiving or some shit. And she was like, so just don't bring up insert boy's name in front of the family. And I was like, why? Like, I am sitting there, like, in full makeup and stuff, and I wanted to be like, oh my God, do you think they'll find out I'm a faggot? Like, ooh. But no, she was like, yeah, I don't think you should ever tell your grandparents about that. And I'm like, whatever. I don't give a fuck anymore. Yeah, anyway. Enough about my fucking family drama shit. Sorry, this turned into a weird fucking, stream of consciousness, like, offloading family shit. Yeah, Moth Mom Jess, I know that. Told my mom first because I thought she'd be more supportive, but had to cut her out years ago. Yeah. Yep. I know I know Smear the Queer. I had the most shocking kind of, and I'm still to this day, like, I'm shook. I cannot fucking believe it happened. But one of my family members, when I was like pretty hyper femme at a family Thanksgiving, and I hadn't seen them in a while, and they're like, it's still Jordan, right? And they were very respectful, which was so, like, shocking to me, because they're, like, hyper conservative and always have been very reactionary, and that they were like, it's still Jordan, right? Because I still haven't changed my name. And but then she almost went. So one of my partners is mixed, and has a very wonderful, like, complexion, that for a lot of people, I think she appears ethnically ambiguous. And my family was getting a little bit too comfortable asking at a point. Y'all. God, my grandma so fucking lived up recently. Showed her a Jamie Dodger vid. Now she hates JK. Oh, I love that. I love that. Ethnic Chameleon. Ethnic Chameleon's fun. That's cool. Yeah. That was I will tell you, I'm look, if y'all didn't know this about me, I like pushing buttons and pushing boundaries. And so I did have a J-Kong. It wasn't unwanted hair touching, but it was really getting close to that territory. Like really getting close to me being like, okay, just moving on to a different topic of conversation. Like real just yeah, it was. Yeah, what was I gonna say? There was something. Oh no, it was funny to have two partners there at my fucking Christian conservative family Thanksgiving, and I'm sitting there with two femme partners, and I'm also femme, and they're both like presenting as cis feminine people, and just confusing the fuck out of my family of like how any of that worked. Just like it was always funny to me when I would hang out around my family just to have them be like as polite as possible, just like, oh, okay. Like this is too okay. Whatever. Anyway. All by himself. Is that a rabbit dying in the background? That's Lady. That's Lady. She's fine. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna go. Whining dog ASMR. Yeah, no, that's Juno deer at the door. Juno! Juno, sit. I'll be right back. Juno, come here and let me balance a treat on your nose. I'm not going to say, I was going to say a thing, but I'm not going to say it. They got my ass, chat, I can't lie. Yeah, the Juno is over on Twitch. Hates her, Billie Jean. So John Fetterman, it's weird to look into John Fetterman because I think there's a weird like correlation kind of between Fetterman and Brianna Wu. At least in terms of like their weird Zionism appreciation arcs. Right? Swamp goblin with a mushy brain. Yeah, that's kind of unfortunately real. When John Fetterman was released from Walter Reed in March 2023, his chief of staff was proud of his boss for seeking help for what the senator's office and his doctor had said was a case of clinical depression. His 6 weeks of inpatient care had been the latest medical setback for the Pennsylvania Democrat who had a stroke mere months before being elected to the U.S. Senate in 2022, nearly derailing his campaign against Republican Mehmet Oz. A year after his release from the hospital, Fetterman's behavior has so alarmed Gentleson he resigned his position. In May 2024, he wrote an urgent letter to David Williamson, the medical director of the Traumatic Brain Injury and Neuropsychiatry Unit at Walter Reed, who had overseen Fetterman's care at the hospital. Quote, I think John is on a bad trajectory and I'm really worried about him, the email began. If things didn't change, Gentleson continued, he was concerned Fetterman, quote, won't be with us for much longer. Well, so SN Flunky, remember when John pretended to be progressive? I think so much of that is wrapped up in whatever neurological issues he's having. Like, I think Fetterman has very clearly been going through a series of mental episodes, kind of in the same way as Kanye is, but, like, thank God, slightly different. Fighting Hobbit, you're fucking kidding me. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. I kind of want to get Uber Eats, but I don't want Uber Eats. I don't have the money for Uber Eats, I should say. Daho Roomba, thank you for rating with a party of one. Jared McGee, thank you for subscribing. His 1,600 word email. God damn, that's a light novel. It contains a list of them from the seemingly mundane, he eats fast food multiple times a day, to the scary, quote, we do not know if he is taking his meds and his behavior frequently suggests he is not. We often see the kind of warning signs we discussed. Do you simply crave violence, or do you just want a spotlight? Hey. Why are you chewing? Why chewing? Why chewing on me? Chewing! Chewing! You are being such a booger right now. You're being the boogeriest booger. Cannot believe her. She's so real for that. Graves, did you not? I'm always surprised when people don't know Ladies of Pity. But yeah, if you couldn't tell by her constant attitude, she hungers for human flesh. No, she doesn't. She likes to chew. It's my fault. She doesn't ever chew to hurt, but like I've always tugged with like my fingers, and so she'll like grab my fingers if she wants to tug. But she just wants pets. Right now she's just sitting here while I'm petting her side. Yeah, there's my good baby. I can feel her little tail hitting my back. A spaniel? I don't know. Yeah, no, she is a brat. I have a rescue pity. She was kind of a rescue pity. Rescued from a Walmart parking lot. I mean, she is a brat, but it's also hereditary. Yeah, did she get the attitude? Yeah, Pitytude is fucking real, y'all. But she is also so sweet. I had a little bit of a rough night a couple nights ago. I like had a panic attack for the first time in forever, which was weird. So I think it was actually oddly brought on by eating something bad. It's neither here nor there. But she like sat with me and like came up to me, like just an incredible dog. She's so good. She's so lovable. Even if she is a constant attention whore, which is also genetic. She gets it from her mama. Don't you? Is this what you want? Is this what you want? What a goofball. Okay. Yeah, no, it's one of the reasons why I get so pissed off when I see like Matt Walsh talking shit about pitties. Because A, people who talk shit about pitties is like the most fucking like racially coded language you can possibly think of. It's also just not fucking true. Do 1,600 word email. We often see the kind of warning signs we discussed: conspiratorial thinking, megalomania. For example, he claims to be the most knowledgeable source on Israel and Gaza around, but his sources are just what he reads in the news. He declines most briefings and never reads memos. High highs and low lows, rambling, repetitive and self-centered monologues, lying in ways that are painfully, awkwardly obvious to everyone in the room. Fetterman was, according to Gentleson, avoiding the regular checkups advised by his doctors. He was preoccupied with social media platform X. God, it is so... Anti-dog YouTubers gave up her dog because she didn't want a dog. Oh, motherfucker. I hate that shit so... Ugh. That stuff, like... If you couldn't tell I'm an animal person, like that shit fucking drives me up a fucking wall. I cannot stand it. Cannot stand motherfuckers who get animals and then just like discard them when they move or some shit. Genuinely wish people like that the worst. Automod hates your bird. I don't hate your bird. Know what I'm saying? Accelerant of his depression. Yeah, no shit. He drove his car so recklessly, Gentleson said, that staff refused to ride with him. He also bought a gun. Biometric safe, takes all necessary precautions. Nothing. It means nothing. Another red flag, Gentleson said. Every person who was supposed to help him stand his recovery plan has been pushed out. Fetterman was isolated, has damaged personal relationships, and was shedding staff. The turmoil in his office continued over the following year. Since winning election, he has lost his closest advisors, 3 of his top spokespeople. Jesus. Wrote about him... I mean, this is mean, but it's true. When Fetterman first caught the attention of the national press, journalists wrote about him like he was a benevolent ogre crossed with a folk hero. More specifically, that's how I wrote about him. Quote, "This is the tale of Big John Fetterman, the giant who lives in an abandoned car dealership beside a steel mill." My 2018 profile in the Washington Post began. He's 6'8", arms covered in ink, head as bald as a wrecking ball. At the time, Fetterman was mayor of Braddock, which looked a lot like the left-behind corners of the country that had flocked to Donald Trump. He was running for lieutenant governor of the state, and it was easy to see his appeal. He was a bit introverted and curmudgeonly, but funny, smart, and passionate about the fate of communities like Braddock, tattooing the date of each murder that occurred in the town during his tenure on his arm. Jesus. Endorsed by Bernie Sanders, also sympathetic to fracking and other positions that cut against the progressive crane, he cruised to victory that year. Stroke in 2022 made it difficult for Fetterman to communicate, which was painfully evident in his one televised debate. Manosphere chieftains, like Joe Rogan. Overall popularity. Wait, no. Recent poll from Morning Consult found his overall popularity is on the rise, with 50% of respondents approving of his job. I think people are just so fucking stupid. Hello, dog. You're fine. Hello. What? What are you sniffing? Ugh, Sam Bankman-Fried. In long meetings and phone calls, he was unable to shake the idea he might never get sworn in. Quote, every call would be like an hour with him trying to convince him to talk him out of some crazy fantasy. Fetterman denies these claims. Members of his team told me this was an early warning sign that something was off with their boss. Fresh off a hard-fought victory in the cycle's marquee race, should have been riding high. He wasn't. A staffer recalled getting a text from a person at the retreat asking if their boss was okay. Fetterman was sitting at a table by himself, slowly sipping a Coke and refusing to talk with anybody. Later that day, another staffer heard an alarming report. Fetterman had just walked obliviously into the road and was nearly struck by a car. Jesus. An aide found Fetterman wandering Capitol Hill a short time later. Worried that he had suffered another stroke. He had no new stroke, and that the dizziness and confusion was partly owed to severe dehydration. Prescribed medication for depression. Doctors discharged Fetterman. His team told the press he had been briefly hospitalized after feeling lightheaded. God damn, like... destined to get along, each hailed from purplish red states. Brown tried his best to get a conversation going, but according to two people present, Fetterman was virtually catatonic. He could barely string two sentences together, talking so quietly that everyone in the room had to strain to hear him. Fetterman then stood up and began walking around the office in tight loops, a move two staffers described as doing figure eights. After Brown left, Fetterman paced from one room inside his office complex to another and back again. God damn, dude. The first days in the hospital were rough. Fetterman was experiencing delusions. New medication worked. Mood steadily improved. By his office, Fetterman sits in a hospital conference room in front of a treadmill as if to evince an image of health, reviewing documents with Jentelson. Democrat, Vermont Senator Pete Welch, with a few colleagues in Congress invited. Oh, sorry. I have to answer this. multifaceted treatment approach. Need to stay on his medication, get his blood checked regularly. Eat healthy, get regular exercise. Alright, so he was improving at some point. Chaired his first subcommittee meeting, which focused on the benefits of food stamps. Flew out to Western Pennsylvania to meet with farmers. Co-sponsored a bill. So when does the October 7th shit start happening? Okay, I say scrolling down to exactly the thing. Why is he not in a psych ward? I mean, psych ward is a little harsh, but I don't think somebody going through this level of needing care should be in charge of so much shit. Like, and it somebody brought up Feinstein. Like, yeah, it's the same thing with Feinstein. It's the same thing with fucking Ruth Bader Ginsburg. Like, in days after the October 7th attack, Israel declared war and retaliated with brute force, killing Hamas forces as well as thousands of civilians. Fetterman felt differently. Now is not the time to talk about a ceasefire. We must support Israel in efforts to eliminate Jesus. While Israel had not been a prominent issue, Fetterman had been talking about his support for the country for years. I'm not really a progressive in that sense. There's no daylight between myself and these kinds of unwavering commitments to Israel's security. Fetterman's wife, Giselle, who had become something of a political celebrity in her own right. She was a kind-hearted philanthropist, a formerly undocumented immigrant from Brazil and vocal progressive. In early November, just weeks after the attack, Giselle arrived at her husband's Senate office. They got into a heated argument. Quote, "They are bombing refugee camps. How can you support this?" "That's all propaganda," Fetterman replied. Later, visibly still upset, Giselle pulled the staffer aside. She asked him if members of Fetterman's team were pushing him to take these stances. Staffer told her the opposite was true. Many of them were as upset as she was. Jesus. Back to X, he handed over his social media passwords. God damn. Like, one thing I think that we need to talk about is the proliferation of people who... Lady, could you not, like, do that right here, right by the mic? Thank you. The proliferation of people who are terminally fucking addicted to social media. Like, we have no less than... Like off the top of the dome, you have Elon fucking Musk. You have Nancy Mace. You have Trump, obviously. You have Fetterman. You have... who else is on that tip? I mean, any of the fucking influencers like Benny Johnson and Riley Gaines. Like, that's not surprising. That's kind of part of their job. But, like, the amount of people who are terminally locked in to the incredibly negative, psychologically harmful feedback loop of social media that we've just elected. Why? For why? I don't... It's just... Ryan. Hey, I was just talking about you. Prophetic too, yeah. War in Gaza was also luring Fetterman back to X. Zuckerberg, final boss. Ugh. The post roiled his staff. Message adhered to classic meme format. Group of women who worked in the office argued that the message could be read as harmful. Yeah, no shit. Rice and wait, why? Don't worry about it. It's fine. Should I be scared? No, you're fine. You don't need to be scared. Fetterman's response is that he didn't want to give in to the woke mob, and anyone upset was welcome to resign. Jesus. Drive further into himself. Coincided with setbacks in his recovery regimen. At that point, the commonalities between this and Brianna Wu are just like the lengths to which people who cannot take criticism will double down. It never fails to surprise me. Hey, Carmen Phipps, how you doing? Yeah, awesome, Stella. I am going to take off sub-only mode soon. No fucking way. Oh. Keanu Darkly. It's not funny. I didn't read the whole thing that you commented. John Fetterman has passed away from a self-suck incident at his home, AP is reporting. I was like, I just read passed away from AP and AP is reporting, and I was like, fucking what? Hey, Jameson P. Thank you very much. Endless fights over Israel. He had witnessed Fetterman, seemingly unaware of his surroundings, walk directly into a group of people, nearly bowling them over. I just got off with the docs, a staffer wrote to Giselle in a text. They said they'd call you to debrief. Quote, I don't want to sound defensive, but I want to be clear this isn't just me. Everyone here is feeling alarmed. Quote, I don't think for a second that it's you, Giselle responded. Will he find out tonight that they are leaving? My fear is something is off and it won't register. Jesus. What about him? Did have his blood drawn in mid-January, but by mid-March his aides were again worried he hadn't been getting regular checkups. No one I spoke to about this article be sure whether Fetterman stayed on his medication during this period. 5 different people said they heard comments from the senator suggested he was not. Acting like himself, even though it could be hard to pinpoint exactly what was off. I want to turn on, need some vibes. Intensified or pre-existing predilections. Fetterman was being the guy. He keeps to himself, cancels fundraising events last minute. Group texts, including senior staff from March 2024, staffer used terms like manic to describe his behavior. They pointed out that he was canceling medical appointments despite the blood tests being pillars of the recovery plan. Imagine an intervention would backfire, Eric Stern, a Fetterman consultant, said at the time. Is there any universe in which Giselle could convince him to get his levels checked? One staffer told me there would be entire days he wouldn't let anyone outside the office be around him because he was in some sort of state and might say really fucked up shit to constituents. Sometimes he would just shut down, according to one former staffer. He was saying, quote, unhinged shit, according to one text, and spend more time on social media. I think one of the things I think we can just like all come together and agree at is that like social media is like, get off social media. Like, look at how it is literally rotting people's brains. people who, granted, have pre-existing conditions, have other things that are happening in their head, but like, genuinely, this is making me go, like, I already kind of have taken a number of steps back, and this is still making me go like, damn, like, I need to really examine how I interact with this shit, because it is so harmful. It really is. If I didn't rely on it so much for like work, God, I just need to interact with it less. I became a dog from it, apparently. You're trying to goad me into it. You're trying to goad me into it. You're goading me. Tired days you couldn't let anyone do. That is constant, quote, doom scrolling. I think he's on essentially all day now would only make things worse. I'm not even a puppy girl, I'm just me. Jendlson announced he was stepping down as chief of staff while remaining on the payroll as an advisor. For months afterward, he debated whether to contact Fetterman's doctor. When he was still working, he had been explicitly told not to. He drives recklessly. He FaceTimes, texts, and reads entire news articles while driving. Jesus. Just before 8 a.m., according to a police report, Fetterman was traveling at well over the 70-mile-an-hour speed limit when he smashed his Chevy Traverse into the back of a 62-year-old woman's Impala, totaling both cars. Jesus. After Donald Trump won the election, Fetterman did something. He went to Mar-a-Lago. God, man. I didn't bend any knee. They reached out and invited me. If you're a senator from a critical state and the president would like to have a conversation, that's part of our responsibility. I mean, like, a little, but also I think it is kind of contingent upon you to fucking... If Donald Trump says, hey, come on down to Mar-a-Lago, I say, fuck off. She wasn't going to go. They had fights about it. Yeah, no shit. Opportunity to showcase what a model dreamer looked like in an effort to get the president-elect to soften his views on illegal immigration. I told her to put up or shut up. If she doesn't go, I don't want to hear about it. What the fuck? Hi, Lola Lazuli. Sorry if I do not take his word that Trump is totally different from the persona you see on television. Like, whatever. Fuck off. I don't believe it. While many Democrats were shell-shocked by Trump's victory, Fetterman seemed unfazed. shared more voters with him too, and so it made sense in his mind that he could find ways to work with the upcoming president. The Mar-a-Lago pilgrimage that's a fucking wild way to put it. Da da da. Fucking Fetterman had been the only Democrat to meet with Hegseth late last year as the former Fox News host made the rounds on Capitol Hill. Unimpressed, according to former staff, but as this decision neared, it seemed like he might actually vote for him. On the day of the procedural vote that would move Hegseth's nomination close to completion, he floated the idea of not voting at all. What if I left instead of voting, he said. Maybe you should sneak out of Washington and hole up at his parents' place in York, Pennsylvania. I felt I was looking at a 8-year-old. The staffer said. According to contemporaneous text message from the staffer, Fetterman had become so distraught about the Hegseth vote, as well as chatter in the media that he might switch parties and become a Republican. He spent part of the day locked in his office fighting with Giselle and crying while FaceTiming with staff. He says they are trying to cancel him again, but we don't know who they are. God. This is just such a wild look into how it just feels like social media, like taking somebody's already established neuroses, taking all of the things that they are already struggling with in their right, and applying this layer of intense scrutiny, and then the feedback loop of somebody being really self-conscious, of somebody needing that like validation and approval that you're not gonna being in the public eye, you're not gonna fucking get it. Like you have to have thicker skin than this. But like, oh man. Friends with Welch of Vermont, Republican Senator Katie Britt of Alabama. The three of them dined on occasion and swapped stories about their family. Beyond that, he was isolated. He deleted himself from the Democratic caucus group chat, rarely if ever attended hearings. During the first quarter of this year, he missed more votes than any other senator. My conversations with various Democratic Senate staffers, the view of Fetterman essentially boiled down to he can be difficult to work with, but we're lucky to have him in the Senate. In recent months, Senators Patty Murray of Washington and Jeanne Shaheen of New Hampshire had what staff referred to as verbal altercations. Like former Senator Joe Manchin, Fetterman provides a mostly reliable vote from an unreliable state. He has what baseball statisticians might refer to as a high wins above replacement. Jesus Christ. Fetterman told... Okay, so the Palestinian shit comes back. In February, Fetterman met with Jeremy Ben Ami, the leader of the progressive Jewish organization J Street. Over the course of Israel's campaign against Gaza, J Street has walked a difficult line, calling itself pro-peace and pro-Israel. Zionist institution that isn't afraid to take shots at Netanyahu. The organization lives in a gray area, but during the meeting, it became clear that Fetterman saw things in black and white. Quote, fuck, man, this is just wildly open anti-Arab racism. You can't reform a carton of sour milk. Referring to the Palestinians. Fetterman said he did not believe in a two-state solution, claimed he had never met an Arab person who would condemn Hamas. Correction, the notes from the meeting said, only a single Arab he has met with that staff was... only a single Arab he has met with that staff was present for wouldn't outright condemn Hamas. Jesus. Fetterman went on to make statements that shocked people. In opposing a ceasefire, he said, quote, let's get back to killing. A person who heard the conversation told me. He said, kill them all. In a statement, Fetterman denied the account, adding, any reference to killing was solely about Hamas, and I do support the destruction of that organization down to its last member. Fuck, man. Years after the stroke, he continues to struggle with auditory processing. Wouldn't finish reading a question before answering. Other times his sentences could come out a bit garbled. After a podcast taping earlier with The Bulwark, interviewer Tim Miller came away feeling a Fetterman might not all be there. Yeah, no, that's a astute observation. Democrats, he's struggling. He's like really struggling. I just think coming off the Biden thing, we should not be hiding the ball on this sort of shit. Yeah, no fucking hell. Like, leftist Grogu, thank you for following. 100 Cat My Face, thank you for following. Ooh. Just all right. So he's claiming. I'm just going to say there's disgruntled employees saying things that are either untrue. Like I know he's lying. Like I don't know. I don't know him personally, but like the idea that you have people coming forward who are expressing obvious concern, who are expressing I want to help somebody, like reaching out to your doctor it's really hard for me to believe that like, oh, that's just a disgruntled employee when it's somebody trying to reach out to your doctor to help you, you know? For whatever reason, God. Trump's tariffs and other issues for leaving was plainly clear his mind was elsewhere. His voice was low. He barely bothered to look up. His sentences were clipped. Feel like there's been a kind of tone shift here, I said, trying to catch his eye. Can you tell me what you're feeling, what you're thinking? For the first time since I had returned to his office, he looked right at me. No, everything's great, he said deadpan. Everything's great. I don't know what you're referencing. Fuck. Man. That is just... like, it's heartbreaking in a way, but I think it so there's a lot of things that I think should learn about this. Should learn from this. We're buffering. Are we back? Good here? Okay. We here. We out here. I think there's a lot to at least contemplate on when it comes to the idea of what it should look like, what intervention should look like, especially as we are, like, look, we have still the oldest elected representative body in United States history. There are going to be like Fetterman is kind of an outlier because he's not technically like that old, but he is still suffering from mental ailments, the same kind we've fucking seen from somebody was talking about Feinstein earlier, but like Mitch McConnell, holy fuck. And at a certain point, and this is what should have happened with Biden way fucking earlier last time, neither here nor there. You can't just act like this shit will go away or act like it's not happening, because these people hold sway over all of the systems that affect every one of our lives. And so like the idea that we're just like, oh, thinking face. Okay, no, you're good. You're good. That you can just be like, oh, just don't say anything. Oh, just like they're trying to bury it. It's insane. But on the other hand, I think it also speaks to, man, get fucking politicians off of social media. The idea that Because here's what I think Nancy Mace has really proved to me, and we've seen this especially with like her particular brand of vaguely upper middle class white conservative bitchy woman, where you have people who I think they see politics as first and foremost a route to a popularity contest, and so you see that reflected in how they use social media, where Nancy Mace is just basically always fucking engagement farming. Like, that's basically all she does. And I think, like, her new fetish of taking bathroom signs. Yeah, the bathroom sign selfie shit is fucking wild. She just goes... Like, if I didn't know better, I'd say it was like her autistic hyperfixation. She's just really interested in bathrooms. And I think, like, I seriously think there should be limits on, which, like, hey, we will never get as long as Trump's in office, because that fucker loves the attention. I think it's, man... I think the problem is that we have too many motherfuckers who just love attention, and that's the only reason they get into politics. That's the only reason they get famous. And I don't necessarily see Fetterman that way, but I think it is like, I think it racks on the same part of your brain when you are not getting those positive dopamine responses, or when, like Fetterman, you're fucking blatantly, openly, racistly supporting a genocide, ongoing genocide against civilians that is broadly unpopular even with Democrats. And you're just supporting the fuck out of it. You're going to get that fucking pushback. You're going to get pushback insulting you. And, like, yeah. It's not going to be long before influencers start running for office. I mean, we've already got that. Like if you really want to narrow it down, a huge crop of the people currently, like, technically Mehmet Oz would be like an influencer, but like a huge fucking crop of people right now, they treat their job, Nancy Mace is a great example, treats her job more like being a fucking influencer. Like, she wants to be like, yeah, I'm out here, boots on the ground. She's just taking fucking TikTok videos of her, like, it just sucks. DD run for office. I'm gonna be real, I don't think I'm cut out for it. I would love to. But, yeah. Why did Fetterman crash out? Brain injury. Well, neurological issues, but
you best start believing in cyberpunk dystopias.
I'm sorry, somebody just said that. Yeah, we already have an elected, like, Trump is a fucking reality show host. Like, we've crossed that Rubicon, and I think it has been broken down for people. Like, that barrier is just open. What was, there was something. Yeah, no, like, looking at the state of, like Sarah McBride is about as much, like, that's as trans a person as Capitol Hill and an elected body can handle right now. I'm far more, like, radical in my politics. Like, okay, y'all, I want you to consider the shit I've said on stream, even as jokes. Like, if I've ever made a joke about being armed in a leftist movement, I was talking earlier about praising the fucking Black Panthers. Like, I don't have a problem standing by that shit. But it is, there are so many radical, quote unquote radical, leftist ideas that I've espoused that like the mainstream audience, it's kind of like it's a Michael J. It's Back to the Future. Like, I guess you're not ready for that yet, but your kids are gonna love it. Neridian, can you tell more about your convo with Kat? Speaking of running for office, yeah. Kat Abigazal is she's really cool. I guess I can't really say much about the conversation. I don't remember a lot of it off the top of my head. But yeah, we talked about electoralism. We talked about the value of people getting active in their community, engaging in community mutual aid, community gardens, like that kind of thing. What people can do to look up and see, like, hey, if you want to run, how can you get active in your community? How can you see like voting records of incumbent politicians near you? Like we talked about, what are the startup costs? What does it look like to start up a campaign? And yeah. Consider the shit Donald Trump said. I mean, like here's the thing. You might not be wrong. I think in the current political climate, no. Like we would need a drastic change in the direction of the Democratic Party for a candidacy for me to do anything. Or not even, far be it for me to be like, oh, well, of course I can change the system. But like for a person like me with my kind of beliefs to reach a level of actually achieving office. Yeah. Liberals make me sad. Fucking me too. Yeah, I've been seeing some of the stuff David Hogg's been doing. I think he's been doing some okay work lately. I think the broad push from the Youngbloods, but again, this is where you get into an idea of class consciousness versus political allegiance, is that there has been a lot of young blood pushing to get these old fucks unseated and get them out. As well they should be. Like, good. But I think we're going to see a lot of pushback on that, and at the end of the day, those old fucks are the people who currently have the power. Trans ideology debunked. Why is this on my fucking feed? Do we wanna? Chat. Do we want to take a walk on the wild side? Swamp Frog person, I say this as a leftist. If you're a liberal, I don't have beef with you on principle. Other things to worry about, yeah. Wake up, honey. It's time for your slop. Yeah. I twitch. Debunking trans ideology. Oh my god. Why are you... Bingo Bongus... Yeah, King Critical. Ugh, no. That font slaps, though. Does it? Oh, the trans font. Yeah, it kind of does. Not gonna lie. All right. Yeah, fuck it. Why not? Need to be careful who we elect, even if they are part of generation. Yeah, remember Madison Cawthorn. Madison Cawthorn. That... Oh. Now, there's a name I've not heard in many years. Madison Cawthorn. Wow, what a fucking black... Hey, y'all, remember Madison Cawthorn? Whoa. Talk about somebody who fucking, like, had the bag and lost it. Like, there's something to be said for, like, Madison Cawthorn attempting to be, like, the truth teller or whatever on Capitol Hill, who was trying to talk shit about, like, yeah, no, all these Republicans, Democrats are having, like, weird sex parties and shit that I've been invited to. And, like, he wasn't able, he didn't know where the line was to, and it's what, like, Pam Bondi is doing right now with the AG who was out here teasing the Epstein files like 2 days ago again. It's like, we have so much, we have all this Epstein stuff, and we know tons of people are involved. And it's like you got to be able to tease it a little bit more without pissing off the actual people involved. The elected femboy, I don't know about that. I don't know if Madison Cawthorn. Oh wait, no, he did. He had the lingerie thing, didn't he? I forgot about that. God, wow. I completely forgot about the lingerie dress up hour he did. All right, chat. I know we've been having a lot of fun here, but it is time to debunk trans ideology. We'll see how much of this slop we can put up with.
This video is intended to explain why trans...
Oh yeah, already. Just fucking echoey, tinny ass audio quality. Let's go. Trans identity debunked, buddy. Woo! King Critical, huh? What do we got? Concisely instead of comprehensively. Why I think trans identity is wrong. Oh, gender critical position is such that I endorse it. Well, he's British, so... Oof. The biological sex referent. The morality defense. Jesus Christ, dude. Emotional damage.
Identity is an incorrect claim about reality, comprehensively.
All right, we're gonna pop this up a little bit. I can't. I'm not mentally prepared for. I apologize. I cannot listen to British at 1.0 speed right now, unless it's unless Juno's still in the chat.
And reasonably concisely. It's me explaining why I don't believe that biological males can be women, nor that biological females can be men. To begin, here's a story. I call it The Tale of Two Dannys.
God damn it. We're already getting it. Do you believe this, dog? Why is it a Rage Sona hipster? Rant Sonas, by the way. He has a wacky accent. I can't blame you. Rant Sonas, like, we gotta stop him, right? We gotta stop him. Like I say this, I have a channel mascot, right? But I don't think there's anything wrong with having a mascot. A Rant Sona? Like who's that? Who's that? The master of the TDS? That one fucking looks like a shitty Tim Burton knockoff Rant Sona? Like you gotta let it go at a certain point. Like kind of put up or shut up, honestly. Like it's gotten to a point where if you're not showing your face on camera, I'm not gonna take you seriously. Fucking like that kind of goes for VTubers too. I know some people do it as more of like a character and it's more of a performance. I'm totally fine with that. But then you have people like Kirsch who it is like, dude, you would lose all of your audience in a second if you showed your actual face on camera. They wouldn't be able to keep pretending that you're a skinny anime fox girl or whatever the fuck. They would just like, yeah, we know. That dark empath phase. Basically outlining how he fell down the pipeline, see how people get here in the debunking.
On the left we have Danny Welbeck, and on the right we have Danny DeVito. I'd like to present some facts about these two gentlemen. Danny Welbeck is a professional football player, he's 32 years old, he's black, he's English, and he's 6'1". Now, none of these facts might seem particularly interesting, but what is interesting is all of these facts are also true about Danny DeVito. He's also a professional football player, he's also 32 years old, he's also black, he's also English, and he's also 6'1". Now, obviously these two Dannys thus have a lot in common, but they don't seem that similar, so we might ask the question, what's the difference? Well, the difference is quite simple. See, the expression of these facts is an identity. You can identify as a professional football player, you can identify as 32 years old, and of course you can identify.
Except you can't. Like already he's operating from, man. The thing that is so funny to me about TERFs and stuff is how they put so much work into thinking they're smart without actually applying any thought to the arguments they're making, or more importantly, the arguments they're trying to debunk and tear apart. Because I don't know a single fucking trans person who, as much as they like to make up the framework of like, oh, I just identify as like a kid. Like, identifying as another race and identifying as a different age, two things that are immutable. Whereas gender, as we've established, as you can, all right, here, quick little side tangent. You know how you can tell gender and how people perceive you is mutable? It's changeable. It depends on who's observing it. Look at, for example, just happened like yesterday, a cis woman who was tall, had her head shaved, was harassed and assaulted and thrown out of a bar because somebody thought she was trans. Somebody thought she was a man. Even though she was just a vaguely, like not even that much, masculine looking woman. That's how you know gender is more important to people as a performance of certain signifiers. The amount of times I've had people, like I'm just walking along the street. There was one time where I dressed up as Rogue for a Halloween costume event. A couple months back. And somebody asked me a question, was like, oh, excuse me, ma'am. And then they heard my voice and they were like, oh, they were like thrown off. It's because like they just judge me. The amount of times I've had people when I like get all dolled up and go out and I'm like wearing a dress or something, and I will use like I'll if nobody's in there, I'll be in like the men's restroom. The amount of times I've come out of there and people have like tried to correct me, be like, hey, that's the men's room. It's a lot. Because guess what? People can't always just fucking tell at a snap judgment, no matter what TERFs like to fucking say. The physical reality of those of us who actually live out in the fucking world, who actually go places, do things, know people, have friends, interact with people beyond a fucking Twitter screen. This shit is mutable. This shit is fluid. It changes all the fucking time. Some of us, like me, like to play with that. I like to have fun with it a little bit. So the idea that like, he's already going to start off on this incredibly disingenuous note of like, you see, obviously, you can identify, like, come on, dude. Like, you know, you have to know that actual trans people, like, and again, I realize they live in these echo chambers where they just see the same examples of trans people get passed around, and it's always, you know, an unbecoming picture of either a cross-dresser, not actually a trans woman, or somebody who's really early in transition, doesn't know how to do makeup, doesn't like quite know how to present or take photos or like any of that stuff, and they're like, God, this is what all trans. I had a really funny interaction today with a TERF who called me a big. Was it big or large? I think it was large. It was like, I think it was actually both. Like a big, large, ugly man. And it was like if you want to call me ugly, that's subjective. It's not true, but it's subjective. If you want to call me a man, again, baby girl, it's not how I identify. But if you want to say I'm like giant, like I'm like massive, like a hulking, because I've had TERFs do this before where they're like, they'll be like, oh, you gotta have a hard time fitting into a dress with those linebacker shoulders, and it's like, dog, like go look at. I have like shirtless pictures of me. Go look at me. I guarantee whoever's mad at me, unless you're really fucking hitting the gym, I guarantee I have more ab definition than you. I guarantee I have less body fat than you. Like, it's wild to see them because they just see somebody who's trans and they're like, they resort to this like soy jack, Wojak image of them. And it's like, I think part of what pisses them off is that I don't. And I'm not fishing for compliments, by the way, chat. I appreciate everybody complimenting me, but I'm not like, oh no, I know. It's just, it's this thing of like my existence and my proximity to gender and gender signifiers. There were things I didn't really notice until I transitioned socially, until I started presenting more feminine in certain spaces. That like being judged for just became fucking funny to me. Like when people send me a picture of like, you know, like, oh, here's a fucking, because they had to do a drawing or an AI drawing or whatever. Like it's, like a, you know, here's a morbidly obese balding man with a 5 o'clock shadow with like bad makeup on. It's like, this is you. And it's like, dude, my hair is fucking luscious. I'm like, if going by my family is anything to go by, I'm never going bald, dude. Like I've never had baldness in my family on any side. Like people, my family has locks. And I've also been like relatively very low body hair. Always, my entire life. I've never been able to grow a beard. Never been able to grow so much as a fucking peach fuzz mustache. Nothing. Like, so it's one of these things that is just like, it's so silly, the weight that they put on these things that aren't even true. Like, it's ridiculous. Like, ugh. It's funny. Anyway. Yeah, that was the other thing is I ended up pursuing that turf on Twitter and asking them, because I was so curious what their specifications were for a large person. I'm like, please, what do you think constitutes a large person? What, like you think apparently I am this massive giant. What do you think that means? And they were like 5'11". The thing they said specifically was, I don't know, like 5'11", 185 pounds or some man weight, which was like a man weight? What? Which first off was like 20 pounds off, but also I was befuddled. I think they're probably still in my fucking still in my fucking mentions if you go look on Twitter. And I was just like, well, and so they did this kind of double back move, because I was like, I don't know how to tell you this, but that my measurements are by no means exclusive to being born male. Like, A, I weigh less than that. B, I know feminine, cis women who were born women who both weigh more and are taller than me and are like athletic. Like, and they did this fucking double back move where they were like, well, I'm a small person, so like in fairness, everybody's a giant to me. And I was like, then what the fuck are you calling everybody giants for? Like, it's a bad thing. If you're small, if you're gonna couch it like that, the fuck? Fucking wild. Anyway. Yeah, all of this has been a fun way. Not even a minute in. Look at the conversations we're having.
Identify as the rest of the things listed here. But obviously, when somebody identifies as anything, they are making a claim about reality. So the question is, on what basis are they making that claim? This is the difference. See, Danny Welbeck is making these claims based on a material referent. He's claiming to be a professional football player because he's made a living from playing football. He's claiming to be 32 years old because the Earth has gone around the sun 32 times since he was born. He's claiming to be black because of his ancestry being quite immediately from sub-Saharan Africa and certain physical features consistent with that. He's claiming to be English because he was born, raised, and has lived his life in England. And he's claiming to be 6'1" because that describes the distance between the top of his head and the bottom of his feet when he is stood upright. These are material references for these claims. By contrast, the reason all these facts are true...
I can tell he thinks he was really, really cooking here. But it just comes across as incredibly pedantic. Like, it just comes across as, like, annoying. Yeah, I'm gonna go... Let's look at the
for Danny DeVito is because of a different referent, self-identity. Self-identity meaning an arbitrarily made assertion about reality. Why is he black? Because he says he is. Why is he 6'1"? Because he says he is. Why is he a professional football player? Because he says he is. I want to ask you a question. Do you think that fact claims based entirely on self-identity are true? Do you think these statements are equally true for both these men? What if one of them was claiming to be a woman? Some people might ask whether it's even possible to debunk an identity. To this I would say, yes, of course it is. Identities are claims about reality, and just like any claim about reality, they can be debunked. To clarify, the fact that we can assess the accuracy of an identity is not to say that such assessments are entirely free from obscurity, ambiguity, relativity, or subjectivity. We may not have enough information to assess the validity of an identity. The precise meaning of an identity might be complex and hard to pin down. The identity might be contingent on criteria that varies with context, or the identity might be based on an assessment that's more a matter of opinion than anything else. While these caveats are worth bearing in mind, they're present for any claim about reality, so the overall point that trans identity should be viewed basically the way we view claims about reality in general still stands. To me, it's obvious that words mean things, and we can talk about words having correct definitions. This doesn't mean...
Oh boy, this guy's on that Matt Walsh tip right now. He's going off the well, obviously, if words don't mean anything, then what's the like? It comes across again. It comes across. I don't mean this in a bad way, but it comes across as slightly autistic. It comes across as having to like. This means this thing, so if this deviates from that, then what the fuck is the point of the words? Burn it all down. Slightly.
Mean that there isn't ambiguity at all. We can talk about whether a hot dog is a sandwich, maybe a calzone is a sandwich, but a pencil isn't a sandwich. If I ask for a sandwich and you give me a hot dog, I'm not going to say you're wrong. If you hand me a pencil, then yeah, you're...
See, like already, this is why we can't trust, this is why we can't fucking trust the British. Are you kidding? Are you kidding? What? I wouldn't be mad if I asked for a sandwich as a goddamn American. You lobster back red coat fuck. If I asked for a sandwich and you hand me a hot dog, have another fucking revolution.
Wrong. You're incorrect. Whenever I say that we can talk about people being wrong about what words mean, I'll often have...
By the way, incredible to start off being like, well, this would be incorrect. Instead of... And his example is him being like objectively incorrect. A hot dog is not a fucking sandwich.
People simply accuse me.
Like if somebody comes to you and is like, well, actually a hot dog is a sandwich. Yeah, I'm sure you're so interesting and your brain is just a... just the unplumbed depths you have to share with everybody, I'm sure. What are you going to tell me next? Die Hard is a Christmas movie? Fuck off.
Of being a prescriptivist, as if this is a rebuttal in itself. I'd like to clear up an evident confusion on that point. When we talk about linguistic prescriptivism versus descriptivism, that's about linguistics as an academic discipline. The purpose of linguistics is to describe and explain the nature of language, rather than make pronouncements about how language should be. This doesn't mean that linguists are forbidden from having opinions about language. You can ask for a linguist's opinion on whether a hot dog is a sandwich, and a linguist can give an opinion without the academia.
This is it. Look, again, I feel like we could have cut this video in half if he didn't spend so much time, because we're only 4 minutes in technically. If he didn't spend so much time saying a thing, giving an example, restating the thing, and then giving another example. Like it is so... It's this, like, these very basic concepts that because he is using words and framing it in terms of like, linguistic prescriptivism, that I think he thinks... like he's really cooking, he's really tackling these big philosophical subjects, but he's not at all. I'm genuinely curious if he is going to.
Please showing up calling them a heretic. I have opinions on language, but insofar as I'm interested in linguistics, I'm a descriptivist. My formal education is actually not in linguistics, but rather in international relations. In international relations, there is definitely an expectation of descriptivism. International relations is the study of why international actors behave the way they do, and in none of my academic work did I ever moralize the issue and talk about how international actors should behave, because I was a descriptivist like most people in most academic disciplines. However, I hope you're not surprised to hear that I still have opinions on what international actors should do. I'm not an opinionless robot. Ditto for something like history. Historians study how and why events happen. In no real sense is the core conceit of history to make prescriptions about how people...
Do you remember what I just said about him saying a thing, explaining it, giving an example, and then explaining it again? And he's doing it with... I'm wondering why the video's 40 minutes long. It's because he's doing that for shit that does not count at all towards his fucking point. Like what the fuck? Why are you giving these examples? Like, you could just throw an offhanded remark, and I'm at this point, this is just me as somebody who writes videos, and I think I do an okay job. I could be better. But as somebody who spends their days and spends their life writing, and spending a lot of time going back through editing, correcting, changing, you don't need, like, you have to assume a little bit of intelligence on the part of your audience, I feel. But at the same time, you can't just do it like this. Ooh, I could fuck with a corn dog right now. Somebody in chat says corn dog. I'm starving. I'm so hungry, by the way.
Should have behaved, but that doesn't preclude historians from having such opinions. You can't hand an academic linguist a sandwich when they ask for a pencil and expect that they'll be paralyzed from objecting by an academic commitment to descriptivism. So, given that everybody can have opinions about how we should understand certain words, what does it mean for a definition to be correct? The purpose of language is to communicate, and thus a use of language that fails in that capacity is clearly an incorrect usage. When people in the past have suggested that it's ridiculous for me to talk about words being correct, my temptation has been to respond with a random sequence of words constituting complete gibberish to show that words having meanings matters. But maybe even while we might all agree that a guitar isn't a motorbike, some might point out that words have changed in the past, so we can't just shut down novel definitions by declaring them incorrect. One example I've seen given before is the reclassification of Pluto to no longer being considered a planet. Admittedly, I find it weird when people bring this up as analogous to changing language to affirm trans identity, because such people argue that they don't need to justify this redefinition of the terms man and woman with arguments and think it's immoral to debate such things. But the changes in language to which they appealed actually were accompanied by
literally I have never seen again. So TERFs, gender criticals, whatever you want to call them, can only really argue from points that, like, they think are just generally accepted among trans people. Like the bizarre idea that he just said, which I don't think I've ever even heard, that it is morally incorrect to talk about the redefinition of language around gender. What? Morally incorrect? Dog. All right, I'm so hungry. I'm gonna order a burrito. Somebody should send me something on the links down below on, like, Venmo or something. Because I was gonna go get something to eat, end the stream a little bit earlier, but I don't want to. I want to finish this, but I'm also legitimately, my stomach's starting to digest itself. I think one of the big problems of working out and getting more exercise lately is that I need more calories. I do.
Arguments for why we change the usage of these terms. Pluto is a useful example to discuss arguments for why definition.
It's me, Mordred. But what if you ask for a burrito, but we're given a pencil? How do you like your burritos? I like my burritos like a hot dog, it turns out. Yeah. There's only two genders, corn dogs and sandwiches. Burrito gender doesn't exist. Apple pie is just... Y'all are being fucking goofy tonight. I love y'all.
Are correct, and why we might change definitions to be even more correct. In other words, why correctness is a standard we can impose when...
No, like, already you're talking about, like, objective correctness when describing something, but that's not the way it works. You don't say something is like, oh, the sky is purple, you know, in the sunset. Like, we evolve language to better describe beyond that. We will evolve our language and use different terms to continue to illuminate and paint a illustration of the sky being it's streaked with purple and pink and blue and shades, hues of red and brilliant pinks, like whatever the fuck. Like, and sometimes, by the way, sometimes that's subjective, bucko. Like, you can objectively say the sky is blue. But subjectively, different people are going to perceive that sky in different ways. Right? You could even have, by the way, you could even have somebody whose tangible reality is they're colorblind. And they might not even see something the same color that everybody else does. That's their lived objective reality. Buckaroo? Like, wild. Wild how he goes through all of these examples of what he's saying, but apparently never thought about, like, the very obvious counter examples that are just fucking sitting there. Ugh.
Discussing definitions. See, Pluto used to be considered a planet, but planets have
Oh my
certain
God!
features that Pluto just didn't really share. Therefore, if astronomers wanted to talk about planets, they would have had to keep making exceptions for Pluto, and consistently regarding Pluto as an exceptional planet only makes sense if there is a good reason to regard it as a planet at all. So Pluto was reclassified to basically being part of an asteroid belt. Technically not asteroids, but similar enough. The point is that Pluto is a lot more like these other astronomical objects than it is like any of the planets. So again, to keep calling Pluto a planet, we'd be having to make exceptions for Pluto in both directions. Scientists realized that it would be more coherent and concise to talk about the solar system and the objects within it if we no longer regarded Pluto as a planet. At this point, if you say that Pluto is a planet, you're wrong. Of course, outside of astronomy, we could look to biology, where the classification of...
Oh my God. So he started off kind of debunking an identity. He's most of the way through the idea of debunking an identity and has yet to talk about sex or gender at all. At all. Like, what?
different organisms is this incredibly complex process where we basically have to make the same considerations that we made regarding Pluto's planet status. What matters is analytic utility. You're probably familiar with the non-avian dinosaurs that went extinct some 65 million years ago, and you're probably aware that we also have avian dinosaurs, also known as birds. Why did scientists do this? Because non-avian dinosaurs and birds are similar, such that it wouldn't make sense to pretend that they're different. Likewise, birds are now considered reptiles, because again, there isn't a good argument for drawing a distinction between birds and other reptiles. This might often seem kind of arbitrary and confusing, as David Mitchell put it.
Even though a chimp is totally in every meaningful way, obviously it's a monkey, it's not a monkey. You know, it's a special place that's been made by biologists for pedants to reside, so that whenever anyone refers to a chimpanzee as a monkey like you did, then a pedant like me says, oh no, a chimpanzee isn't a monkey, and I've started to hate myself for that.
Of course, in reality, these distinctions aren't just there for the sake of pedantry. They're there because...
Are you sure they're not? Are you sure they're not there for the sake of pedantry? Kind of seems a little pedantic, buddy. Kind of seems like it. No, yeah, Transroid, like, you know, he thinks, like, he was writing this, like, fucking got him. Got him.
There are substantial differences between monkeys and apes that warrant them being considered distinct groups. So, with all this in mind, what about men and women? What determines the difference between them? Well, my contention is that the correct reference for the identity...
My contention, like, again, he made one of probably the most rookie mistakes possible. In saying, like, opening and admitting that, like, I don't have a background in biology or science. In fact, I study something else entirely. So then when you say, well, my contention on male and... You don't have a contention, buddy. Friendo, pal. You don't get to have a contention that anybody pays attention to. Like, who gives a fuck what you think? Do you have a background in science? Do you have an understanding of chemistry and biology? How about psychiatry? Basic psychology? Gender studies? Mayhaps. At a community college? Or a université, as the British might say. No? Then I don't care. Ma, thank you for $5. As we all know, reality is defined by the version of the Oxford English Dictionary that agrees with me the most. You're living in a fantasy.
of being a man or woman is that of biological sex, with biological sex being defined by how the phenotype is organized around facilitating the function of the large or small gamete.
Do you remember when he was just talking about how it's not about being pedantic? I'd like to present to the court Exhibit A as a counterexample.
In sexual reproduction. Human beings are highly sexually dimorphic, so the common critique that this is reducing sex down to one singular thing just doesn't make any sense. Rather, we should be looking at biological sex in a holistic way, with a mind towards how vast and all-encompassing the physiological reality of sexual dimorphism in humans so often is. Within this context, the anomalies caused by differences of sexual development are...
Oh wow, this is actually kind of interesting. He's giving a caveat He's doing the thing of like when people are like, well, actually, sex and gender are a spectrum. He's like, yes, they are, but it's a spectrum that still goes into two. Interesting, fascinating. Continue, please.
Properly understood as not overriding the reality of the sex binary, since differences of sexual development are variations within the binary, they actually prove it. Conditions that cause differences of sexual development actually affect males and females differently, so the sex binary is the best way to understand even these conditions. Some people try to force the variation of human sexual development onto a spectrum. They have to arbitrarily and clumsily shove all of these different conditions onto a continuum, as if they are separated by something quantifiable, rather than being qualitatively different. It's unsurprising, therefore, that no believer in the sex spectrum has the strength of conviction to actually elucidate what exactly the x-axis is.
The x-axis is it, like, again, did he just say strength? I'm gonna go back through that. I wanted to get his big ass words.
The strength of conviction to actually
the strength of conviction. He is on that. That's what I was like. I couldn't remember. I literally just had a moment where I was like, okay, I'm gonna talk about this, and then it hit me. Like 30 seconds earlier, I just had like a Jordan Peterson war flashback. It doesn't have the strength of conviction to argue. That's fucking wild. The strength of conviction. It bears repeating that there's just a contingent of people like this who think the more words they put into something, the smarter they are. Yeah, you should keep me up while you play. Well, I don't know. The Expedition 33 music is pretty kicking. Isn't a time cube the TARDIS?
Elucidate what exactly the x-axis is. They don't actually believe that maleness and femaleness are on a spectrum and that these differences of sexual development determine how male...
See, I wonder if he's even going to get to the biological understanding Oh, buddy. The accuracy defense, the morality defense, the no you defense, gender critic. Does he even, in this entire fucking, because it seems like just basically a slideshow. Does he even, I wonder if he ever gets to the idea of gender being social, being a socially constructed thing that you can tell. Like, all right, I'm gonna referent, I don't care. I need to know what he thinks trans identity is. I need to know. But first, how are we feeling? I need food. I need to get some food. So I'm going to I'm gonna go yeah, that's what's up. You know what? It's Friday. I've had a long week. I'm gonna get some horchata. Just gonna get medium horchata from my local Mexican restaurant. All right. All right. Order received. Let's go. All right. Let's chat. Let's find out. Yeah, I fuck with horchata. Hello, dog. Dog, you've gotta calm down at some point, honey. Goodness gracious. Yeah, let's get it.
adjectives? Well, I would argue that the three most common ways of defining a woman lead you with three choices. You either be incoherent, you rely on sexism, or you exclude biological males. Now, excluding biological males is the definition we've already covered, as that would just be the biological referent. You can probably already guess that the incoherent definition is that a woman is anybody who identifies as a woman. Deep down, everybody knows the issue with this definition, but simply put, if you include the word you're
I love how he has to frame it as like, oh, everybody who says this actually knows how wrong they are, and then I'm sure he's absolutely not going to misrepresent what trans people say in the way that TERFs always do, where they think that like literally every trans person believes that they are a biologically born woman magically somehow. Like, honey, there's nobody, literally nobody, more aware of their gender and the complexities thereof than a trans person. There's just not. Like, I don't know what to fucking tell you. Also, I guarantee doesn't think trans men exist. I guarantee we're gonna get to how much do we want to say he does a social contagion bit. Doggo. There you go.
Defining in the definition, then you're not defining the word. Because if somebody then asked what the definition means in more detail, you'd end up having to explain what it means to identify as a woman, and suddenly you're stuck in a loop. A woman is somebody who identifies as somebody who identifies.
Nope. What did I just say? What did I just say about him fucking like intentionally misunderstanding your argument? It's like, no. A woman is somebody who identifies with the social signifiers that we associate with womanhood. Like, why do you think there were different genders and different gender signifiers and third genders all over the world? Because in those societies, in those tribes, in those groups, wherever it occurred, there were different signifiers of the roles that you had and how those applied to your expression of it. Like, this is such a comparatively anemic view of gender, of sociology. Like, there's such an anthropological richness to the history of gender and looking through that stuff and understanding how, over time, humanity has lived and changed and shifted and grown in these roles that we've kind of put on ourselves. And how there have always been people who just naturally live outside of that. And it's like, Nathan Bucks, thank you for $5. Be seeing the release of Kingdom of Heaven. Is that right? Kingdom of Heaven in theaters with a buddy of mine. Also, I've graduated. Congratulations on graduating. I would love to see that on the screen. Holy shit. Damn.
As somebody who identifies as somebody who identifies, and so on forever. This definition is circular and therefore completely incoherent. Now, you might try to base a definition for woman in something concrete that isn't biological sex, but in doing so, many people end up defining woman with reference to sexist stereotypes. They'll say that a woman is somebody who lives as, moves as, is treated as, sleeps as, eats as, dresses as, or perhaps even...
Aha! So he's doing the thing, by the way, that TERFs and gender crits do. Where they will constantly be like, oh, trans women don't have any idea what it is to live as a woman. They don't know about the sexism and all this other stuff that trans women also deal with. Like, I'm genuinely curious what his fucking argument is going to be.
Washes the dishes as a woman. Defining a woman in this way is incredibly regressive and offensive. Now, some people will try...
Incredibly aggressive and offensive. Regressive and offensive. It's like... I mean, when you say that a woman is somebody who washes the dishes, yeah. When apparently, like, this is more of a tell on him than anybody else. When apparently your definition for womanhood is a 1950s housewife, like, yeah, you're right. That is a little regressive on your part, buddy. That's kind of leaving out the wider spectrum of femininity and the people who, like, here's the thing. Here's another little flippy-do. If trans women are not actually women, socially, why do they have so much in common with the shit that cis women go through? Why do they get sexually harassed as much as cis women? Why do they get catcalled, paid less like cis women? Why do they get talked over in social situations? If they have no commonality with women's struggles, with the perception of women. This is like food for thought for you, buddy.
To claim it's not sexist by arguing that this is about more than just traditional conceptions of femininity. However, the double bind here is that the less they try to make it about a clearly defined womanly way of existing, the more incoherent it becomes. They might say, for example, that living as a woman doesn't mean living in a traditional sexist way, it just means living any way that a woman might live. But at that point, you're returning back to the circularity.
See, again, he's intentionally obfuscating and misrepresenting the argument here. Like, that's not what I'm saying, buddy. I'm not saying that, like, oh, it's, again, he wants it to be either all or nothing at every level of his argument. There is no gray area in between. He is saying that, like, oh, you either argue for the people who I disagree with, the transes. They say you either argue entirely in favor of like a stereotype, a fetishistic AGP womanhood, or you say that gender should be more expansive and there's no way to define what a woman is. But haha, you've fallen into my clever rhetorical trap. It's like, maybe things just aren't as fucking simple as you want to label them as. Like, it seems like you're a person who really needs to be, you said it earlier, really needs to be fucking pedantic about everything. $2, yeah, Disney's re-releasing it Wednesday only. I might have to see if that's playing around here, because I haven't seen that movie in a long time. Sean Shepard, thank you for $2. He argues abstractly because he doesn't know anything. Yeah. It's the same. I mean, like, I've seen similar shit like this in any kind of turf group, in any kind of turf circles, where they spend. Again, this goes with I say it partially as a joke, but it's kind of true. I think it's kind of true. Is that, like, these kind of radical, hyper-fixated groups happen when you have somebody who reaches, like, middle age and they don't have a hobby to hyper-fixate on. Right? Like, this is what happens when you take a, like, 40, 50-year-old housewife and they don't have, like, I don't know what 40 or 50, like, a home and garden subscription or like a garden to tend to. And granted, these are stereotypical things. They don't have a spoon collection, a collection of bells or whatever people used to collect back in the day. They don't have Beanie Babies to collect. That's one that comes to mind from my grandma. And so, like, I think this energy goes other places where they want to feel fulfilled. It was like I had a stand-up joke one time where I don't remember exactly how it goes, but just basically the idea that, like, if we got every middle-aged person into, like, Gundam and anime, we could put QAnon out of business. Because it occupies the same level of fixation for those people, where it's like they think about it and they want to have their facts all straight in a row, but they don't have any, like, deeper understanding outside of the shit that they imbibe, because it becomes like lore to them. In the same way that you, like, the same I do. Same way I'll go and talk on Podatog with Bugs Matrix. I'll go and talk about, like, fucking Urza's saga and the lore of the Brothers War and Magic the Gathering shit. And it's like, it's not real. The framework you're working from is fucking fantasy, dude. Greg Hinojus, thank you for $10. This reeks of someone who has zero curiosity and little empathy, who needs to do over-explaining gymnastics to justify their self-aware or not cruel justification for why being trans is bad and wrong. Yeah. It does. It feels, maybe it's just the British accent, but it feels more pedantic than Matt Walsh, but it feels based in that very similar place, right? Like, it feels like it comes from the same kind of, like, intentional misunderstanding at a certain point. Like, it is just justification at a certain point to be weird and gross and hold something against somebody.
the previous understanding. How do we know who's a woman to say how a woman might live? Now, there is an alternative definition that maybe escapes this double bind.
I love, again, oh man, the way he twists himself into, waterbote, the way he twists himself into, like, he's doing, you know what he's doing? He's doing the dance sequence from Sonic the Hedgehog 3. That's what the man is doing over lasers and shit right now. He is fucking on one and just dancing around that shit. With acrobatic just agility, because he still has to at every point. I know people have presented these arguments probably not very well, but on Twitter to him, and he's like, yes, because of somebody in my comment section is going to say this, so I need to address this. But he doesn't address them well. He doesn't seem to understand the actual arguments people are making. And he's just like, you see, this might get out of the thing I said, but here why I'm going to tell you that actually it's objectively incorrect.
Trans identity could be an attitude towards one's biological sex. But this understanding is better simply because it utilizes the referent of biological sex, which is a coherent definition, but then simply adds an additional consideration of how one feels about it. What is less coherent is the idea that somebody is a woman if they feel like a woman. This makes no sense because it assumes that men and women have a particular feeling in terms of how they...
No, because again, this is reducing when people say, I feel like a woman, or they feel feminine, or they feel masculine. That's actually, like, I'm struggling to think of a time I've actually heard any trans person say that. The way I usually hear that phrased is in terms of dysphoria, where taking part in various social rituals, social circles, will help to alleviate those feelings of dysphoria. Like a trans man just talking with men in a social setting, going and getting bars, going and getting drinks at a bar after work. A trans woman being able to do makeup with friends. These social rituals that we assign to gender, regardless of like your specific style, by the way. Because like women doing makeup with their friends, that's not something that just like preps do. Goth girls do it, emo girls do it, middle-aged women do it. Young women do it, old women do it. Tons of feminine people do it. And taking part in that ritual when the social strata you are put in by your assigned gender at birth for so long purposefully excludes you or shames you. Again, another point that all of these things around gender are socially constructed. There's no fucking real reason why somebody should be shamed for like experimenting with makeup if they're born male. Yet we have all of these things that we infer and that we push upon people because of that. So when you've spent your entire life being excluded from a group that you see yourself as, and you realize that, oh shit, this makes me more comfortable to be seen this way, to be perceived in these terms. Like, again, that's the social signifiers around gender at work. And that's what people mean when people say, oh, I feel like this, is that feeling of comfort, that easement of dysphoria, which, by the way, is an observable psychiatric fact. Wonder if he's going to get to that. All right, my food is almost here. Oh, wait, no. They're almost to the restaurant. Never mind. God damn it. So close.
Exist, which would be an impossible thing to claim to know. But even if this was true, nobody could claim to feel like a woman, because the only way they'd know how that feels is to know how other women feel and accurately identify that they feel that way too. Any attempt to resolve this becomes the
Again, completely misunderstanding the actual point being argued. And again, I don't think he's going to talk about like the social conditions of gender and representation. Like at this point, he kind of can't, because it would just unravel so much of the points that he thinks he's fucking dunking on. Like, go back and listen and look at what I was saying about like the things that trans women go through because they are perceived in a feminine fashion in a patriarchal society that we live in. The sexual harassment, the catcalling, all of that shit. Like you might be able to say, and it is true, again, you can't say with 100% certainty, and again, any trans woman would tell you this, that they don't know what it's like to have ovaries. They don't know what it's like to need to wear a tampon, and that might cause dysphoria. But it's something that every trans feminine person is acutely aware of. But that doesn't mean that they have no commonality in their day-to-day existence with how women are treated, and they have no understanding of how to navigate the world as a woman and the social implications of that and the pressures put upon them because of being perceived that way. Like,
claim that they know they're women because they are women, so how they feel must be how women feel. What I'm interested in is the definition that basically defines whether you're a man or woman with reference to your enthusiasm for the biological sex with which you were born. Now, there are still some issues for this definition. The first is that even amongst trans activists, it seems quite controversial. Many trans activists will dismiss this way of thinking about trans identity as being basically transmedicalism. Apart from this, by saying that people's attitudes towards their bodies basically defines who they are, you are functionally validating some harmful ideas people can have about themselves. Should we really tell people that if they hate their bodies, then that hatred of their bodies should be a significant part of defining them? Is that really the message we should be telling anybody?
Is he gonna get into being born in the wrong body shit? I think he is. I think that's what
also,
we're about
this
to
way
hear.
of understanding trans identity seems to ignore the fact that especially many women might feel intense discomfort with the reality of their female bodies, while nonetheless still recognizing themselves as women. Lots of women have issues of self-hatred regarding their own bodies, and to suggest that...
I can't help but notice that much of his focus so far has been on trans women. And he hasn't really talked about the social strata, signifiers, ideas around trans men. And I'm wondering why. Like, they go through a lot of this stuff too. Do you think trans men, trans masculine people as a whole, don't struggle with, like, dysphoria and perceptions around themselves and trying to fit in? God.
This interfaces with whether or not they are actually women seems ridiculous. And this leads to the biggest issue with this definition, which is that I'm sorry, but that's not what women actually are. Yes, this definition is at least saying something coherent and it doesn't rely on sexist stereotypes, but those are only two hurdles. The other, very significant hurdle, is does this definition actually describe any sort of reality? And the obvious answer to that question would seem to be no. Of course not. Of course, women aren't defined as women by how happy they are with their bodies.
That's not... He is making the argument and he's like, what? What the fuck are you even talking about? Women aren't defined by how... Nobody is saying that they are. People are saying that your feelings of gender dysphoria... Like, he's completely misrepresenting what he just fucking said or what he's talking about. Your feelings of gender dysphoria can be alleviated by taking on the social signifiers that we often associate with those gender representations. Buddy.
While my main argument for this is just basic intuition, it's worth noting that...
Again, very funny how he has to come back to, like, because I say so. Like, he goes through all of this effort to try and sound so educational, well-learned. Can't help, unless it was in that short section I missed, I can't help but notice that he hasn't, like, actually quoted or really looked into any or shown any, like, actual, like, articles, any kind of, like, a doctoral thesis or, you know, a study, mayhaps, something from a medical journal, a journal of psychiatry, something. Not much there. Not too surprising. You should just, you know, look for that stuff. But additionally, very funny how he still has to go back and just be like, well, actually, the reason I know this is because I can tell. It's like, okay, buddy. Okay.
We don't have this attitude regarding basically any other identity. Black people are black people. We understand them as black people due to their immediate ancestry from sub-Saharan Africa.
The way he talks about immediate ancestry in sub-Saharan Africa gives me an ick that I can't quite put my finger on. It's not inaccurate. It's not explicitly racist, but it's... I don't know. There's something about it I don't like.
and certain physical features that likely reflect this ancestry. Being black describes this reality. It does not describe the reality of being a white person who has negative feelings about being white. Likewise, women are biological females. What argument is there for including biological males who simply feel sad about being biologically male? Well, let's look at some of the most common arguments given in defense of trans identity. The first argument that might be given is what I'd call the accuracy defense, basically arguing that the reason we should include biological males under the category of women is because it allows us to be more accurate. Usually, this argument involves positing the existence of a biological male who identifies as a woman and presents in a very typically feminine way. The argument for trans identity is that most people, if they're being honest with themselves, would regard such a biological male as actually being a woman. Sometimes this is framed in terms of it being more socially expedient to refer to such a person as a woman when trying to identify them based on how they look. So if everybody really would believe on some level that a biological male can...
Again, it's so fucking funny because he's saying all of these things that are self-evidently true, by the way. There are people like this all the fucking time, have been for decades, have been for years. Nobody gave a fuck before these losers hopped in the bandwagon. But it's just funny that he's like, now let's just say, for the sake of argument, that if there was a trans woman who was just pretty enough that everybody treated her like a woman, it's like, yeah, let's just say, for the sake of argument, this thing that has been happening forever. You fucking dork.
Be a woman, then of course we can't define women as biological females. Biological males looking so convincingly like women is going to be...
God, if only there was some framework that you completely failed to mention that talks about how all of these things are just socially created and enforced. Alas.
Exceptionally rare, so this argument certainly has limited applicability, but let's grant that sometimes the premise of this argument is valid, that based on immediate looks people might recognize a trans-identified male to be a woman. Well, the bigger issue with this argument is that there is more to reality than an immediate look. It might be easier to identify a male presenting in a feminine way as a woman, and it might be easier to identify the earth as flat when you're just looking around at eye level, but that doesn't mean the world actually is flat. When you look at reality more deeply, you discover truths that you wouldn't have noticed at first glance. If a biological male looks convincingly like a woman, then so what? That doesn't override the reality that this person is still biologically male and was still socialized as such. It doesn't discount all the innumerable...
Still socialized as such. Very funny for him to, again, you can tell this just bizarre turf framework where, I've talked about it before, but where trans women are all weird, disgusting perverts. Trans men either don't exist or are just they're poor, misled girls. And it's so funny for him to talk about how harmful it is, how sexist and harmful it is to have these ideas about like women and femininity. But then you're saying like, well, all these stupid trans women, they're socialized as men, and you can't change that. It's like, so which is it? Is it harmful and incredibly sexist to believe that somebody is the be all end all of their socialization, or is that the entire point you're going to argue from? Because it kind of seems like you'll do that for trans women, but not for masculinity. I'm just saying, kind of seems like you're kind of picking and choosing what works for you, depending on, and it's not really a consistent viewpoint. I'm just saying, I don't know.
Reasons previously laid out why recognizing the difference between men and women actually matters. The social utility of calling such a person a woman must be weighed against the analytic utility of a less surface-level definition. Again, test this reasoning with the most obvious analogy. If I looked convincingly like a black person, does the fact that...
Again, when he's like, you can test this, you can prove this by... And this is how he really started the entire video, is with fucking the hot dog sandwich thing. It's like, so funny how... Again, he thinks he's cooking, and he's like, the way you can prove my theory is by, here's an entirely unrelated thing that isn't like this at all, and I have to use this point. Like, he has to say this, he has to continue obfuscating and using other examples, because if he just came out and talked about how, like, this shit happens all the fucking time, he would look fucking stupid. He would be proving himself wrong.
I might be identified at first glance to be a black person, discount the reality that I am actually white. A good definition should account for the entirety of reality. Saying that a biological male is a woman because they look like a woman on the surface doesn't account for the entirety of reality. Do you know what would? Simply identifying such a person as a man who looks like a woman. That explains both the reality that this person is in fact a man, and the reality that they...
Okay, are we going to talk about the, I wonder if he's going to give a social answer of, like, Well, then if you make trans women go into male spaces, they will be vulnerable to all of these predatory men you all love talking about so fucking much. Oh, sorry. My food is almost here. I will be right back. Oh, I'm going to have some food. Oh, I need to take my cat ears off before I go run out and grab my burrito. That'd be weird. All right, I'll be right back. All right, chat, let's fucking go. I got my horchata. I got my burrito. We're locked in. Come on, horchata. Horchata. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, that's pretty fucking good. That's fresh too. Yeah. All right. You want horchata? Be like one of those memes where somebody's just like holding out a spliff. Blade Valiant, or Blade Valiant, 546. Thank you for $5. One major evidence how mutable sexual dimorphism. The fact HRT changes many dimorphic traits. Can't wait till the fully functional genitalia occurs. One day. Hey, one day. God, that's good. That's good shit. Okay. I'm going to unwrap this. I'm going to dig in a little bit. So, enjoy this guy ranting while you watch me eat.
Might look like a woman. All of reality is being described here. So actually, this example shows how the gender-critical definition works way better. We can also see this by the fact that sometimes biological males who look like women might not identify as women. There are cross-dressers and even males who've undergone medical intervention to look more feminine, but also nonetheless don't identify as women. If you're looking at the screen now, you'll see I've included a picture of a famous streamer who, at the time when I first started working on this video, identified as a man, despite presenting a very...
Fuck off! Fucking leave Finn out of this shit! Should have DoorDash masculine food. Yeah, no. Yeah, it's God, what a dickhead.
Very feminine way. Now, since then, this streamer does identify as a woman, so this example is out of date, but the point is that for an extended period of time, it would have been contrary to self-identity to identify this individual as a woman.
Yeah, and you want to know the difference between a femboy? I wonder if he says the word femboy. Want to know the difference between a femboy and a trans woman? Is socialization and how people treat them. Gotcha. Jeez, I wonder, did people treat Finn differently based on when they were identifying as a femboy versus identifying as a woman? I don't remember any fucking discourse about this for years on end. Fuck off.
Woman, despite initial appearances. Now, honestly, there is actually a part of me that sees somebody wearing makeup and presenting in a feminine way and automatically does think such a person must be a woman. But I would argue, rather than viewing this instinct as indicative of some deeper reality that the categories of man and woman are defined by makeup, this is rather an objectionable instinct I should resist. Because, of course, describing reality isn't the only point of definitions. We should also consider, are certain...
I can't believe he just said it. I have one of my favorite old stand-up jokes I've told on stream before, where I love thinking about straight white guys who have a homophobic little voice in their head when they jack off to trans porn. Because I like to think about what the little homophobic voice might say. It's like, oh yeah, you like long legs, fat ass, lots of makeup, big tits, long hair, faggot. It's like this idea that he's like, he is sitting there gripping his seat so hard. He's like, oh, I gotta steady myself. I can't think that somebody's pretty. I can't see them as feminine. I have to stop myself from thinking they're a woman, is what he's fucking saying. Yeah, dude ran right to the point and then keep going. That's crazy. That's fucking crazy.
Definitions morally offensive. In my view, saying that somebody
Morally
is a woman just because they trigger a regressive part of my brain that associates women with stereotypes of femininity would be highly offensive. However,
I find it offensive that I see trans women as women. I was legit not expecting that. That's I don't even know what the fuck to say to that. That's wild, man. To admit that, that's crazy. That's crazy. All right, I'm gonna eat. The last time, honestly, I'm gonna eat.
This would argue that actually, if morality should be a consideration in definitions at all, then this works in their favor. The basic argument goes something like this. Language is a social construct. Social constructs exist to maximize human happiness. Affirming trans identity does maximize human happiness, so therefore we should affirm trans identity. This argument seems to rely on the assumption that the only point of language...
Okay, I gotta stop this one, because I've been waiting over half this video now for him to, like, broach the concept of a social construct. And when he finally does it, I don't even know how to fucking process this argument. Premise 2, social constructs are for happiness? Again, whomst is arguing this? Who is out here saying, like, yes, the reason we have social constructs is because it makes people happy? Social constructs, something famously that don't actually make a lot of people happy. Like take, for example, social constructs around gender and gendered ideas, which often have the reverse effect by making people feel inadequate. People feel dysmorphic, because they are not able to live up to the social standards, social constructs we've created around those things. Like, I'm gonna let bro spit. I don't even know what the fuck he's cooking.
Language is to make people happy, which I'm not convinced of at all. Advocates for this argument will often try to argue that there is no truth to language, and therefore the only purpose of language is just to make people happy. But of course, I've already shown that language has the purpose of describing reality, and this means we can make truth claims about the usage of language. Remember, if you say that a pencil is a sandwich, then that is untrue. The funny thing is that most actual trans-identified individuals seem to agree with me here. I've seen plenty of such people argue that they don't want people to affirm trans identity just to be polite or to be kind. They only want people to affirm trans identity because they really believe it's accurate. So it seems like most trans-identified trans-identified people, to their credit, don't want trans identity to be affirmed purely out of pity. Regarding the claim that trans identity would even maximize happiness, I often find people who make such arguments to be deeply incurious. They seem to think that because in our current society, with all of our messed up ideas about gender, people feel like they can only be happy having their gender identity affirmed, it therefore follows that affirming it is the best we could aspire to. Meanwhile, people like me would argue, shouldn't we aspire to combating these anxieties about being men and women in the first place? Most people who affirm trans identity probably wouldn't call them...
No, because you don't actually believe that. Like, if you believed in combating social anxieties about, you know, what it means to be a man or a woman, like, really sit with that thought for a fucking second. Like, really sit, like, in a bubble. Deconstruct that for yourself. Like, what follows if you really want to dismantle the idea of, like, the social pressures and stigmas of being a man and a woman? Kind of seems like the kind of thing you'd, you know, want to think about before you make a video on why you can't be one or the other. Ma, thank you for $5. Coming from my experience, cis people do not think about this much without bringing up sex. Called it. Yeah.
Themselves conservatives, but their absolute lack of interest in working towards a world that challenges the fundamental premises of our gendered society is most definitely a conservative attitude. I don't want to live in a world where...
I love this. Sorry. As a bit of a little gender fuck myself, it's always funny when they, because again, he's coming back around to this framework that, actually, you're reinforcing gender stereotypes by transgressing against all of them, by going against the grain of what you've been assigned arbitrarily by society, by even, dare I say, mixing and matching occasionally the ones that you like, the aspects of social constructs that you do and you don't like, to fit better with your dysphoria, your expression of yourself, how you see yourself going through the world, and what makes you most comfortable. And they can see these things. They can see things like they, them pronouns, and then be like, yes, you're being regressive. You're the one being conservative. What?
Where my son who has anxieties about being a boy can have the option of identifying as a girl. I want to live in a world where we don't encourage kids to think about the categories of boy and girl in such a way that they could develop anxieties. And of course this means challenging the imposition of sexist expectations placed upon boys and girls and later men and women. Entertaining this idea that we should affirm trans identity for moral reasons is counterproductive because it's validating the attaching of moral value to the designation of people as men and women. If you are saying that I have some kind of moral obligation to call someone a man or woman, you are arguing that there is some moral significance to being a man as opposed to a woman or vice versa, and that is sexist. Now, some people might say that actually this is just talking about psychological discomfort with biological sex. They're not basing their view on some kind of social roles or anything so explicitly sexist. But even still, why are you attaching a moral value to these categories such that you're going to tell me I have some kind of moral obligation to affirm trans identity? Such a notion is utterly contrary.
Because, dude, you like, this is one of those things where it, like, you'll hear somebody occasionally be like, well, when I was a kid, I never had an issue with identifying as a boy or a girl. And it's like, cool. Must be nice. Must be nice not having dysphoria. Fucking tell me more about it, bro. Because I don't know what that shit's like.
To the principles of feminism, how can we have feminism when we have people saying that being called a woman is morally offensive to them? How can we have feminism when there are biological males claiming that there is some unique moral significance to being regarded as a woman rather than a man? To help demonstrate this point, I'd like to make a brief analogy. We relatively recently, in the Western world, have been redefining a marriage to include same-sex relationships. Some people might say that since this fight for marriage equality was largely framed in moralistic terms, this means that if we condemn framing trans identity in moralistic terms, we must also do the same for same-sex marriage. However, marriage is a fundamentally different thing from the categorization of people as men and women. For one thing, the fight for affirming same-sex relationships as marriages really didn't have major issues in terms of its accuracy. Yes, the argument was framed in moralistic terms, but there is a pretty strong argument that it objectively makes sense to call committed monogamous gay relationships marriages. I personally believe that the most important thing about marriage is it being a committed monogamous relationship between two people who love each other, and there isn't really a good argument for why the sex of the two people involved matters that much.
Very funny how he's trying to apply his whole, like, you know, very scientific and very rigorous worldview while completely failing to, like, talk about the social aspects around it. Again, the social construct structures around religion that were mostly the big anti-gay marriage proponents, but continue. I tire of this. If I'm being honest, I tire of this.
Much. But let's assume that the argument for marriage equality had to be made exclusively in moral terms. Well, this really wouldn't be such an issue because marriage does have moral value. For better or worse, it's considered a sacrament and basically a way of conferring some amount of moral legitimacy on a relationship. Certain terms do...
Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay. You're gonna go through all of this, and then 26 minutes in, you're going to start talking about objective morality? Dog, you were talking about the philosophical concepts of language being descriptive about a sandwich and a hot dog at the beginning. Can you not expand on your point here a little bit more? Can you not do the thing you were doing at the beginning where you give me an example, you expand on the example, you give me another example, and then you make another example that's like completely different? Jesus Christ.
Have moral values attached to them, and this is perfectly fine. I've also had a similar argument made about citizenship and redefining that to include certain groups. But yeah, there is a moral dimension to being considered a citizen. However, what if the campaign to fight for gay marriage didn't just want gay marriage? They wanted their marriages to be considered straight heterosexual marriages. Well, now there is a strong argument that it's simply wrong to redefine straight in that way. But I think worse than this is that if they said that gay relationships should be considered straight because this would be some kind of moral affirmation of gay relationships, what are they implying there? That the designation of straight has moral value. They're arguing that straight relationships are morally superior to gay ones. That is the only foundation from which they could argue that there is some moral case to be made for redefining gay marriages to be straight marriages. And of course, it's the same for people who want to redefine woman. The only premise by which that makes sense is assuming that the designation of woman has a moral value attached to it, and such an idea is highly regressive and sexist. Finally, I want to briefly point out that even if there was a good moral argument for affirming trans identity, would that outweigh the negatives of affirming it? I'm not really going to try to do justice to the impact on women's rights as an aside in this video. Regarding women's personal experiences, listen to them, listen to what they're saying. But more objectively speaking, obviously, all meaning of woman being eroded will make it impossible for women to campaign for their rights and to properly call out sexism for what it is. Very much related to this, of course, is lesbians, gays, and bisexuals. Lesbians are women, so their experiences being told that they need to unlearn their genital preferences and develop some kind of enthusiasm for men's penises is very much an intersection of misogyny and lesbophobia. Moreover, we need to consider the fact that trans identity...
Again, literally shit I've never heard anybody in any serious space ever say. I have never, sorry, I'm trying to dab up just a little bit of guac. Sorry, give me 1 second. That's good. I didn't get any napkins, but that's fine because that shit is finger looking good. Know what I'm saying? Haram from Trans ID. This is not haram. This is not haram. Yeah, it's like the idea of genital preference and being like lesbophobic and stuff is like, honey, trust me. If you care that much, they don't want to fuck you. Trans women don't have a problem. Like, I've talked about before. Again, as somebody who, I myself, not a trans woman. Hey, lady, what the fuck? Stop. Sorry. Wipe my face on the couch. Gross. Dog, what the... Ashley, thank you for $5. Have you ever seen A. Lillian's new video? They're a VTuber who do art about the gender fuck experience. I have not. That sounds fun. Yeah, like, again, as somebody who does not identify as a woman, who presents vaguely femininely, and I'm aware I don't like pass, it doesn't take much to go out to gay bars, to go out to lesbian bars, and being, like, pretty obviously trans, have lesbians, especially older lesbians, hit on you. Doesn't take much. I'm gonna be real. And let me also be real of the, like, borderline sexual harassment I've had. Like, obviously, there have been a number of people who've been very nice, who are completely normal about it, but, like, I've had multiple times where I've had to, like tell people to back the fuck up. Like on dance floors and shit, and they're women usually. Yeah, it's again, it's one of those things that just does not hold up to actual reality, at least not my lived experiences. So I have no choice but to be like, okay, dude, like, sure, okay. The amount of times that I've been approached by women in bars, the fact that me, being as T-slur as I am, still have 2 AFAB femme-appearing partners. Like, okay, I don't know what you want from me. Yeah, like the weird turf obsession with, like, validating sexuality is so, I don't know, it goes into a lot of the other stuff that we were talking about, where just reinforcing negative sex stereotypes. Hello, dog. Do not try and lick me on stream. Gross. Yeah, gender transgression is a major turn on for a lot of people. Yeah. It's, you know, one thing I noticed before I started socially transitioning, one thing I always kind of noticed was that, like, people responded to confidence. Like, I had a bit of a, I say this looking back, being able to laugh at it a little bit, but I had a bit of a reputation at a bar I worked at for being able to just, like, you know, we'd after a show, we'd all go over and have drinks at the bar, and it happened several times where I would end up going home with somebody who I just met and talked to for like a half hour. And we had a good time. I became good friends with some of them. And it just, like, at a certain point, I think people really underestimate the value of confidence in a relationship environment. And that's not even in a sexual way. That's just in terms of, like, getting people's attention, in terms of being able to hold a conversation person to person. Doesn't matter if they're man or woman. Man, woman, anything in between. And, like, that works miracles in way. It's one of the things I always get kind of, like not mad, but I get a little thrown off when I see, you know, incels or neets or whoever on, you know, they're talking about, like, oh, you can't even go over and talk to women. You, like, women are just so, and it's like, you can, if you, like, it sounds cheesy, but dog, if you believe in yourself, like, fucking throw some parappa on that shit. You gotta believe. You can do it. I believe in you. Like, there is somebody out there. There are probably multiple people out there for you. You just gotta, like, jump. And I know that part is scary, but, like, I promise people are so much more receptive and understanding when you're just fucking normal. Just fucking normal. trying to force myself into monogamous relationships for like a decade. I mean, maybe like being poly, being in, you could be doing the whole wrong thing. You could be like finding your spot in a polycule even though you're ace, and you could just be looking for, you know, I don't know your situation, Swamp, but like I'm just saying, like you could find happiness in an entirely different dynamic, and it could work out for you perfectly. Michael Jett, I can't get nothing because I'm so damn ugly and a video game nerd, and many are turned off by video game nerds. Lies. Lies. Did you, I don't know if you were here earlier. You saw my hot ass partner? My hot ass partner? Video game nerd. Me, video game nerd. I wish I could fucking take y'all around my apartment. Because, like, not right now. But there was a point at which, because, and again, I was going to move sometime last year. That didn't happen, so all my shit's kind of packed up. So my apartment's in this weird in-between phase. But there was a point, and this was when I would bring people home, right? I would know people for like an hour or two and bring them back. And my apartment was covered in Godzillas. Like Godzilla action figures fucking everywhere. Not just Godzilla, Gamera, Ghidorah, all of them motherfuckers. Didn't matter. I'm a pretty okay conversationalist, as it turns out. Like, it depends. But I think people get so wrapped up in, like, the idea, like you were saying, people get so wrapped up in the idea that, oh, I play video games. Nobody wants a loser who plays a video game. Fuck that. Says who? Fucking who? You? Have you checked? Have you looked at everybody out there who plays video games? Somehow I don't fucking think so. Like, my ex-wife and I spent hundreds of hours playing games together. We had the setup I used to have with my ex-wife was 2 TVs next to each other. Like, there's real value in also, first off, here's a thing that I think people underestimate, is the value of having shit in common with a partner. I think this is something that a lot more people need to explore and be okay with in college, because I think so many people get into relationships, and a lot of them, I've seen them, where they last for years, and it's like, you two have nothing in common. Because guess what? Every new relationship, if you have a good honeymoon phase, knock it out, you're banging out the bottom a lot, totally fine. You're going to get to a point where that's not enough to sustain a relationship. And you want to have shit in common. Failing that, you want to be able to form special interests. You want to be able to form memories. You want to be able to enjoy somebody else's company. And so, like, you shouldn't go into searching for a relationship with the idea, like, don't be fucking sheepish about it. Don't do this ooh-woo, like, yeah, I play video games and stuff. Be open about that shit. Put that in your fucking profile, dude. You go on Tinder, fucking, this is how it is. I play video games. Guess what? I guarantee that's a conversation starter. Somebody asks you, what kind of games do you play? Boom, off to the races. Yeah, Bruce Magnuson, my GF won me over with understanding a lot of my nerdy shit despite being disabled. This is despite the fact that I had usually dated more athletic women. Yeah. Like passion is hot. Winter String, people like people who like stuff. Interests are interesting. Passion is sexy. Having hobbies isn't a turn off as long as you can treat them as things to enjoy rather than guard preciously. Yeah, I think that is a big thing that people might not quite get, is that like I've had no shorter than 3 of my partners join me for Magic games. Like, I will show them how to play real quick. I'll loan them a simple deck, and I'll have them come out and play with me because they know how much I love playing Magic. They've seen me put decks together or open packs, and they want to at least understand what I'm so passionate about. And they haven't necessarily gotten into it, certainly not like I have, but like it is still that shared passion. Like, hey, we've made a memory doing that. We hung out, we played Magic, we can talk about the time we played Magic and they had a good time. Like, I think people are really, I'm sorry, I don't remember your username who pointed that out, but you're selling yourself short by simply resigning yourself to being like, well, I play video games so nobody wants me. Now here's the thing. There is a balance there. I think everything is a balance. You need little yin, little yang. And I think with gaming, you have to also take into account, again, the social strata. Like we've been talking about with this video. There are certain things that a lot of women have experienced with former partners, particularly cis men, that, yeah, for some women who don't necessarily play video games, that might conjure up bad memories. Like whomst. I'm sure there are people in fucking chat who have had former partners who just would play too many video games to the exclusion of other responsibilities. Right? Who spent so much money on games, who just couldn't be fucking torn away from them. And that's not what somebody wants. Like that is a point at which your hobby takes over life beyond a hobby. And so I think, like, yeah, that's something to also think about. Like, if you have a relationship or you're going to see somebody and, hey, maybe they don't play video games and they tell you, yeah, my ex used to play a lot of League. Then do you know what that is? That's more of an opportunity for you to get in there. That's more of an opportunity for you to be like, yeah, some people play too much. Like, that's not really me. I just like, whatever you like. And that's an opportunity for somebody who might not have that experience to be like, hey, maybe, you know what? You know what's an even better, like, relationship tie together? Is getting people into video games. I bonded with my ex-wife so much over games, and it all started with playing games that were like cinematic, a lot of PlayStation games. So like we played through Uncharted 4 together. We played through we didn't play through Horizon together. We played through Until Dawn together way back in the day. And like that kind of engagement, that can be a good dating activity. I know I'm harping on the games a lot, but it's just like Michael Jett. Well, I babysit people's pets first, cash, so I can't get that addicted. And saw a Japan documentary on game addiction. And it shocked me. Yeah, that'll fucking look like as bad as anybody in the Western world has been addicted to games. Y'all got nothing on the people in Southeast and Eastern Asia. Like, damn. You hear a story about, fucking kids dying of sleep deprivation in net cafes in Korea or whatever the fuck, and you're like, that's a level of I can't fuck with that. But yeah, no, Michael, I think you're selling yourself short. Here's the other thing. I had this one stand-up bit. I've been talking about a lot about my stand-up bits. Anyway, I Oh yeah, I was talking with Lance yesterday. I was on the Surfs TV, and I was talking with Lance a little bit about comedy, and so I've been thinking a lot about my old comedy bits. And I was thinking about this bit I used to do called the 10 and 2, which is, it's this, speaking of social signifiers and things that everybody knows, do you ever see a hot girl, just fucking fine, all done up? And I used to see this when I worked at the comedy club. I used to see this all the time because women would get dressed up to go to the comedy club, have a nice night out, and you would see just this gorgeous goddess of a girl, of a woman, and here the funny part is that the age ranged wildly. And sometimes they would be like married, sometimes you could tell it was like a first date, but you would have just gorgeous fucking women. Hair done, makeup on point. Hot ass outfit. And then the dude is, they might be nothing special. They show up, they have shorts, t-shirt, like not even really putting on, like, didn't have the cologne or anything. Not even like a suit jacket type fit. And so I always called that the 10 and the 2. Right? Because it's you have that, when you're learning how to drive, they tell you keep your hands at 10 o'clock and 2 o'clock. And it's one of those things that you like, it's everybody has seen this. Everybody has seen this. You walk down the street, you're like, how the fuck did he get a date, get talking to somebody like that? You want to know how? Probably unearned confidence. If I'm being honest, unearned confidence. But I think you have to have, like you were talking earlier, I think Michael was talking earlier about how you're ugly. No. So Dale Wilson, money ain't a really big dick? Nah. Y'all, like, here's again, this is that, and I say this as somebody from the outside who these things do not matter to as much. Who once grew up believing that these were important to go and get women. Like, dick size, money, not that important. Not that important in the grand scheme of things. Yeah. You know what is? Confidence. And to wrap back around to what we started talking about, the confidence of, I think a lot of people were talking earlier about how when you have people who are more attracted to gender ambiguity or just falling outside of like gender transgression, confidence comes with that, because they see a lot of people see and it's kind of fetishistic. It's kind of like they see an exoticism with trans people where they're like, oh my gosh, this is like different, like, oh wow, somebody with tits and a dick, ooh. And like don't get me wrong, there's a fetishization element there, but I think at a subliminal level it also ties into the idea that this person has that confidence. This person is confident in who they are enough that they're going to come out here and they are going to be themselves no matter what. And I think, like, when you're in a social situation, that goes a long fucking way. Just being yourself, not fucking putting on airs, not trying to be, overly cool and not being nervous. One of the things I love so much about my new partner, who I've she was just here and she, gave me a kiss earlier. But one of the reasons that we've clicked so quickly and easily is that we're really, like, we're comfortable being fucking goofy around each other in ways that we just, like, that usually take us a long time. Like, it takes us a long time for around other people to be like, like do funny voices and shit because we're both goofballs, but we just like clicked like that. And I think that like that goes a long way towards bonding with somebody, just being yourself. And I think so many people are so afraid of the rejection that comes with that. But like, if you like, and I say this as somebody who has the, you know, relative privilege of being poly, where I do have multiple partners. But you never go into an interaction with somebody being like, you know, and this is another thing I think a lot of young men unfortunately make the mistake of, is this idea of like, they put so much stock into the idea of a relationship before there's ever one. They put so much stock into the idea of, and this is where you get a lot of young men who might feel, you know, they feel like, oh, if a girl goes out with another guy in high school, that they've somehow been betrayed, they've somehow been used, because they've put so much emotional energy into this idea of what essentially amounts to possession, right? They into this idea of like they are owed something, and it's a transactional relationship, which isn't the way you should approach any kind of relationship with, whether it's romantic, whether it's sexual, whether it's, you know, a business relationship, whether it's a coworker. Like, you shouldn't go into something thinking only about what you're going to get out of it, as opposing to what you can mutually bring, and being just like, we'll see what happens. You know, like if you go on a date with somebody, guess what? It's not always going to work out. It's not. This is true. Like, sometimes you'll go on a date with somebody and there's just no spark there. Okay. If there's not, then you just go talk to somebody else. Or, hey, maybe you make a new friend. Maybe you have somebody you can go get drinks with on the weekend now. You never know. And so I think part of it is also being open to, all of that is to say that I think part of it is also being open to whatever comes your way, and being able to be spontaneous, to be kind of, and I think, you know, being fluid in various aspects just comes kind of naturally to me. I'm very comfortable just going with the flow and doing whatever. But I think, like, yeah, I don't think there's anybody out there who's too ugly to go on dates. I don't think there's anybody out there that can't go out and have fun and meet new people. I think a large part of it is that we get in our heads too much. And I think part of that is that we don't realize all the time that everybody else is also in their head. When you're having an interaction with somebody, they might also be overthinking, like, shit, am I going to say something wrong? Am I going to do this? And it's just like, I don't know, be yourself. Platonic relationships are underrated. Eric, rein in expectations. Making a friend is a great result, so is getting laid. Don't expect anything. Yeah, exactly. Let me tell you, it's actually kind of funny the amount of dates I've had where people will be like, and I can't, at this point, I don't know how many people are telling the truth, is I have a hard time believing that I'm this special or whatever. But the amount of times people, all right, let me put it this way. In my adult life, my first date to first time having sex ratio is pretty damn close to 1-to-1. Which, like, when you're, you know, in college, like, that's pretty normal. But as I've gotten older, I kind of expected it to slow down, but that has not happened. And a lot of the time, people will be like, yeah, you know, I don't usually have sex with people on a first date. And it's just because, like, they feel comfortable with me. And I always find it so interesting, because even if, like I was saying earlier, like, even if we don't form a relationship, we usually just become friends. And so it's just like people, I think people underestimate how much connection everybody wants at pretty much every level. Anyway. Without therapy, I would have been a basement dweller instead of getting around in my 20s. Brutus, many such cases. Many such cases. Yeah, a lot of that depends, too, if you have a safe energy and you can't really learn that. I mean, I don't know if you can't really learn that. I think it comes with being genuine. Like, it comes with being honest and being accepting. At least, you know, speaking from my experience, I think it comes from, like, if I am interested in meeting somebody, I'm interested in meeting them for them. Like, I'm interested in hanging out with them, getting to know them. I love, well, not always, because I can be kind of, occasionally I can be very, like, introverted. But in social settings, I love talking to people. Like, even outside of a romantic setting. I think it's why I do, like, interviews really well, like one-on-one interviews, because I like, you get to know somebody and I can just ask, like, okay, well, what about this? And then what about this? Yeah. The real dichotomy, basement dweller or getting around. True. Ben Tramer, is therapy actually worth it? I've thought about it, but it's not going to make everything better. I mean, okay, here's the thing. Therapy. Let's talk about it while we're here, while we're talking about all this shit. Therapy is not again, I see people like, you know, I can't help but think about Synthetic Man's video, the one I did on Synth, where he just talks about how therapy never fixed anything for me, and there's just, you know, like, basically, I don't know, he probably thinks it's like a plot for Jewish mind control or something. Dale Wilson, therapy is low-key a scam? No. I would get an AI therapist, though? No. I will boy. The thing with therapy is that everybody should talk to somebody at some point. Like, and whether you call it therapy, whether it's a relationship, whether it's therapy helped me, needed it bad after a bad relationship. Yeah. Like, and the thing I think people need to realize is that therapy is going to look different for different people. And even what that looks like might change. Like, for me, for a long time, and it took years for me to kind of realize this, my therapy was video games. My therapy, like, that was the space where I was able to, not in a way of, like, because I think there's a delineation to be made between, like, using games as, like, a distraction versus what I would use them for, which is a place to think. Like, a place to busy my hands and busy my, like, lower motor functions while I was processing and working through other shit. And I think, like, talking to people, having people to talk to, having friends to talk to can also be that. The thing that therapy offers in an office setting is a guaranteed safe space where you're not going to be like, you know, you go out drinking with friends, for example, that can cause some bad feedback mechanisms as far as encouraging alcoholism, as far as encouraging relying on drinking to help you process those feelings. Like, I think fitness, people have brought up in the past, fitness can be a really good thing. But again, I think, you know, are you using it as like, okay, I'm just getting fit, I am, you know, putting in AirPods and not thinking about anything? Or are you busying your body while you're also working through some shit in your mind? I think the other part of therapy there is compatibility, because you can have a bad therapist. Like, therapists are human beings just like everybody else. And guess what? You're not going to click with everybody else. What were we just talking about with relationships, right? You are going to have people who maybe you just don't click with. Maybe you feel like they're not really listening to you. Maybe you feel like they're not really working. You want to get a second a second opinion. I was lucky. Let me tell you, I had a great therapist who wasn't even technically a licensed therapist. They were a student. They were graduating from a program, and so they had to do so many hours of basically like student like practice therapy. And through like a therapist I was seeing that didn't quite like, they recommended me to another therapist who had this like class of students who was graduating. And so I had the best 6 months of therapy I ever had was a couple years ago, and I haven't needed it since. I haven't really had to deal with it since. And it was a non-binary person who was getting their therapist license. And I spoke to them I think it was every week for about 6 months. And yeah, they really helped in a lot of ways with a lot of things. A lot of things that like I still, the other thing to think about is that therapy is not a cure for anything you're going through. I think so many people think of therapy, or they approach therapy as like this, oh, this is just gonna, I'll walk out fucking smelling fresh as daisies and just being like, you know what, the sun is shining, the tank is clean. That's not the way it goes. You're gonna have the same fucking problems you walked into that room when you walk out. The thing that's gonna change is if you have a good therapist giving you space to process those things, giving you a space to maybe recontextualize, maybe think about them in a slightly, maybe a less emotional way, maybe from a vantage point you weren't thinking about before, a way that can let you process and feel things, because that's really what it's about, is about feeling and allowing yourself to feel. And I think unfortunately, so many people they don't want to do that. I think so many people, they would rather bury themselves in hobbies and diversions, in video games, in a non-processy kind of way. They would rather just ignore all the other shit around them and just be like, oh God, I want to do this. I'm gonna get home from my dead end ass job and not think about the debt I'm in and not think about the bills I have to pay, and I'm just gonna fucking jack off, go to sleep, and wake up tomorrow and do it all again. I think so many people are stuck in that rut because they don't think through bigger picture shit. They don't want to, like, it's not easy to confront a lot of that shit. But no, I started going to therapy goddamn 7-8 years ago is when I started doing it, because I was having I think I've talked about Dale Wilson. That's literally me. Yeah, but you're not alone. You think I've never fucking been there? Like how many fucking people in this chat have, and y'all don't have to say it, but like incredibly common occurrences. And those are the things that therapy can help you process and get through, because guess what? A lot of those things come with, it's why they come with cycles of addiction as a matter of escape. It's why they come with negative feedback loops and depression. It's like hey, you want to see why, and granted, some of this stuff is just the nature of capitalism working against all of us. Some of it is just like late capital grinding our gears down and not letting anybody live a productive, creatively fulfilling life. Like the idea of like me owning a home right now, ridiculous, laughable. Like the idea of me having a car and a home, get the fuck out of here. Come on. But again, I think having a space to process that can help a lot. The thing that got me started in therapy years and years ago was I started having panic attacks. I had no idea what a panic attack was. I had no idea how to deal with that shit. Eric, I do want to talk about that really quick. It's kind of messed up to admit, but group therapy is awesome because you will quickly realize your shit is nothing compared to other people in the group. I mean, like, here's the thing. Even if your shit is compared to other people in a group, which usually it probably isn't. I know exactly what you mean. I think it's important to know that you're not alone. Like, other people are also going through shit. And I think that's part of the isolation of just the modern state of things and social media and stuff, is that you always feel like, you know, we should not live in this world and be so connected to one another and somehow still feel so alone, I think. Sorry if that's a fucking woke hot take. But no, I started having panic attacks. And I didn't really know. Well, I knew why I started having panic attacks, because there was the job I was working at, dead end fucking job I was working at the time, wasn't giving me shifts. So I was freaking out about bills, and it, like, I remember the first time I had a panic attack, I didn't know what the fuck was happening. And I was just overcome with, you know, like, people talk about panic attacks, and you'll see it in, like, depicted in movies and TV as, like, you know, freaking out or stuff. It's a indescribable feeling of dread and doom. Like, you are sure you are going to die. And then if you have a fun system like I do, that turns into like sympathetic reaction. So like your body starts to literally shut down sometimes, where it's like, okay, I'm gonna pass out, okay, I'm gonna throw up, okay, my entire body is filled with cold sweats, all of in the span of like 10 minutes, and I have no idea why. I need to go to the hospital. I'm gonna die. And then eventually, after, you know, getting blood drawn and doing all this other stuff, and they're like, there's nothing wrong with you, you're fine. And I'm just like, how am I fine? And they're like, oh no, you might be having panic attacks. And so eventually, I think it was like 2 or 3 hospital visits later, because what would happen is I'd get so freaked out about passing out that I'd be like, I need to go to a hospital, and like nothing would happen. And so they had me go to a therapist, and like, I learned the single best thing I've ever learned to managing that stress was from a therapist. And it is the idea that once you've had a panic attack and you've made it to the other side and you're cognizant, you know what a panic attack feels like and looks like. You know you're going to be okay. You've gone through it before. And in that moment, you are able to say, I've been here before, and I made it okay. I made it to the other end. And there would be so many times when I was still trying to get on like some kind of medication to help with keeping me level, because I was freaking out about money and not being able to work and trying to find a new job. And there would be so many times where I would sit and I would like start feeling that like cold sweat on the back of the neck, and would just be like, I've been here before. I got through it okay. And then you just breathe in through the nose, expand your stomach, out through the mouth. Yeah, swamp frog person, exactly. I have 100% survival rate through all the worst shit that's ever happened. And that shit helped a lot. One strategy is focusing on prior experience. Say, I've got through this before. Yeah. Yeah. Lover girl, my panic attacks sometimes include me scratching my neck until it passes. No, not at all. Like just the thing that I've always found most, and again, I had panic attack for the first time in years the other night, and I don't even know what brought it on really, because I'm not too terribly, I mean, like, I'm a little stressed, but like not too terribly stressed. But it was like, I don't know. It was, and I just had to go back to all of these old things, and I was like, yeah. Like, the thing to recognize about something like that is that it's all, like, it sounds a little dismissive, but it's all up here. It is. You know, you think you can basically, if you know proper breathing exercises, if you know how to help regulate, you can fucking get that shit to stop. And therapy helps a lot. Having those thoughts in your head already, being able to think about that shit, meditate on that shit. Like, you know, yeah, and again, you see it in movies and TV, and like when somebody goes to therapy and they come out all woo-woo, like woo-saw, and it is funny. But there's a truism to how much it actually helps people process shit. And somebody talking about like it helped deal with their depression. Like, yeah. And even if, and I want to reiterate for therapy, I don't see that I haven't seen that therapist in years. The one that really helped me. Because I just needed it. Honestly, it was for the end cap of a very tumultuous time in my life. I had a parent die. I had an animal die. I had a divorce, all in the span of about 2 years. And like being able to consolidate and process and have somebody who kind of understood what I was going through amid transition and all this other stuff was like that. I don't know if I'd be doing as well today if I hadn't. Another thing that also helped me whenever for anybody, by the way, who has panic attacks or who suffers from that, a thing that always helped me was having Tetris on my phone, which sounds weird but it's and again, this could just be me. Fucking, I love me some Tetris. And so, like, playing Tetris, like, when I would get, like, start having those panic attacks, Tetris, hard mode, let's fucking go. And I'm locked in. I'm there. That and Dr. Mario, two big ones. Anyway. How are we feeling, chat? It has been, what a weird fucking night. Dark Souls in my anxiety game. Yeah. Hello, puppy. Hello, puppet dog. My puppet dog. And Spirit to Corpse, hey! Getting here just as we're wrapping up. No, I fucks with oh, hey, Dead Domain, that's me. Yeah, let's go. I think we're gonna go over say hi to Riverboat Jack. Everybody go say hi to her, go like, subscribe. Yeah, this has been just, I don't know, it's just been a really candid stream. Like, I feel like we did covered a lot of fucking ground, but yeah. No, yeah, Nick DeGriff, harder to be anxious when I'm optimizing my planetary colonization in Factorio. That's been like, hey, when I was talking about like your therapy is probably going to change throughout your life. Like, I know a lot of people whose therapy, or like who's like, I think the mistake is in thinking that therapy is only just like woo-woo shit and not just mentally processing stuff. And I want you to think about how many people in your life who have their space, their fucking thing, right? And how often they can do those things in isolation, in quietude, whether that's, you know, they have a garden they like to tend to and not be bothered, whether that's they have, you know, they like working on cars and don't really like talking to anybody. Whether that's, you know, yeah, they might have pets and animals that they like to take care of. Like, all of those things can be a space for you to process, to work through what you need. For me, like, hey, magic's been that. I've talked about how just like putting together decks and stuff. Anyway, everybody go say hi to Riverboat. I love y'all. Have a great rest of your night. Thank you all so much for the donos and hanging out. I appreciate it.